Alright. I was working like crazy on this last night. Where to start, where to start, where to start. Why is it saying no game? I forgot to put the category. This is not developer showdown. What the hell is developer showdown? Why isn't it showing up anymore? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so the map is now freaking huge compared to what it was. This is probably going to go... So the thing is, like, I was trying to figure out where to go from where I was up to, and I was like, well... I knew I wanted to add zombies, right? And originally I was going to put the zombies in the minigames. But then I'm thinking, well, how can you compete against an NPC at killing zombies? And the thing that came to mind was, you know, in The Last of Us, where you play Ellie's backstory with the girlfriend. I can't remember her name. And you're in the shopping mall, and then she says, oh, I'll take the red car, you take the blue car, or whichever way around it is. And you have to throw bricks at cars. And the first one to hit the car a certain number of times wins the thing. Well, I thought, well, that could work. But it means that I couldn't really think of a good way of separating the zombies. It's like, okay, I could make 2 pits of zombies, but then that's boring. Like, or 1 pit of zombies or something like that. But it's still boring if, like, the zombies can't get to you. And you're just stood from afar throwing bricks or snowballs at them or whatever. So I was really struggling to understand how, and I think the problem is that it's a competitive game. The problem is the fact that it's Winter Games, and I wanted to make it this competitive game against NPCs. Like, for a multiplayer game that would be good, but as like a single player game, I just didn't think it really worked. So I asked myself, like, what are the best aspects of this game so far? And I said, okay, the open world's pretty cool. The city was pretty cool. So let's have more of that. The story's pretty cool. Like, I like the story and the fact that it has like linear objectives and progression and stuff like that. I thought that was pretty cool, especially for a web game. And throwing the snowballs is cool, right? And if I want zombies, then maybe I should just double down on traversing this little world as a single player game and then killing zombies. So that's basically what this is now. So I'm probably gonna get rid of this, ditch this. The mini game thing is still in here where you like do your target practice and you hit the targets, because that's fine, and the snowman is still in there. I'm gonna add a couple more, but I've drastically changed the story now, and now you're no longer like competing against NPCs. You're just the one hero that's saving the town basically. And it seems to be going a lot better. I'm feeling a lot more confident about it. I think it makes more sense and feels like better as a game. But yeah, there's a load still needs doing. But I did a load yesterday. I mean, I did all this yesterday. It's quite a lot. Okay, so let me think. Where are we up to? Let's get rid of this. I'm not going to delete that yet. What is the most important thing to do next? The most important thing to do next is to figure out where we're up to. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Okay, so we basically... let me hit run real quick. I'm pretty sure it's 11 opponents. The way this whole thing was set up to handle opponents in a certain order and shuffles like the NPCs around. That doesn't really make sense anymore either, because they're not really your opponents anymore. I think it's gonna make a better game though. Right, let me just go to play real quick. Report back to Miku. So in core, opponents is on the objectives manager. Yeah, opponents is 11. So at index 10, that would be your best friend. Okay, I thought it was 11, but it's count of 11. Okay, so we want opponent number 10, right? Yeah, element 10. Opponent number 10. So if I check on the objectives and we're told to go to the supermarket, I should put an object mover. Or we have like a NPC position, I think. Position. Active position. What is that? Active position. Target position. What the hell is that? I can't even remember. What did I even use that for? I don't even know what that is. Position object, position player. Yeah, position player is just for the player. So I'll have to use the position object. Yeah, because I did opponent number on there. Okay, so we want opponent 10. Okay, so we want opponent 10. And Miku in the dialogue says a few others. Right, so now I need to like figure out how this is going to work. So at the moment, your friend is meant to be... Okay, I think they should be by the entrance. That's actually a really good idea. So we could do 4 NPCs here, actually. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Because this is like perfect for it. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make 4 cubes. I'm going to put them outside the door. That's like floating way up in the air. Where the hell is that? There we go. Okay, now it's down on the ground. Center wants to be the ground. Yeah, okay, if they're hiding from zombies, they're probably going to be like stood in this little fire here, like hiding and stuff. Or one could be like an entrance and one could be like an exit. I feel like this would be the entrance and this would be the exit. So maybe we put them like here. Okay, so what we'll do... these are on position sets. Okay, so this can be... S market for supermarket NPC A, and then we'll do B, C, and D. NPC A, we should do lowercase because NPCs in capitals. A, B, C. I should have just done 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't really matter. Alright, for now I'm just going to kind of space them out. So they're all kind of huddled together. I'll put this one here, actually. Yeah, so your friend should be like one of these middle ones, probably. Okay, now that's going to defy the way my brain works. I can't believe I did that. Put D there, because it's more natural for it to be A, B, C, D in that order. And then we'll just shift them all along. There we go. It's just, my brain's going to prefer that. Okay, that's fine. So let's turn the mesh renderers off on those. And if I go to my position set, can I put multiple... I should be able to put multiple position sets on here, right? Oh, we could make this a list so that it handles a list of position setters. So we'll put best friend. Yeah, I won't be able to have more than one position object setter. But what I could do is put children of it. Because I just need to make sure that script runs 4 times. I won't be able to have more than one. I can. Oh, that's even better. Huh. I can just put that script on 4 times. I didn't think Unity would let me do that because it's the same class type. But the solution would have been just to make 4 children and then just put it on the children. Pika, hi Cabby, you've been offline for a few days now, so I'll be on Twitch very soon. Alright. I haven't, I've just been streaming later, much later. Because I've been busy throughout the... But yeah, I streamed yesterday, and I think I streamed the night before. It might be the night before. But yeah, I have also had a couple of days. I've been busy with this and doing IRL stuff and other things. Right, supermarket NPCC. So we want A, B, and D, and then we'll do opponents 9, 8, and 7. But actually, I just realized something. Okay, so this isn't going to work, and the reason why it's going to work, but it's not going to give me the effect I want. Right, the reason these shouldn't be on this objective is because you are in a cutscene with Miku, and prior to this, all of the NPCs are gathered in the town hall. So if I leave it like this, your best friend, you're going to be talking to Miku, and Miku's going to be saying, oh, hey, your best friend's over at the supermarket and in danger, you better go rescue them. And your best friend's still going to be stood there. And you're going to be like, no, she's not. She's literally stood over there. Okay, so in that case, we actually need to move these objects. We actually need to move these NPCs earlier than that. So we need to move them as the player is telegraphed to go to report back to Miku. Right, so all I need to do is remove these objects. I mean, we can leave them there as well, actually. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really do any harm. 10987, but I do need to make sure I mirror this on the script as well. Yeah. Okay, so I need 4 of these. Oh, that says position constrained. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're doing 10, 9, 8, 7. And we said position C, A, B, and D. Okay, so what should now happen is as you kill all the zombies in the graveyard and you're told to report back to Miku, the NPCs will get teleported over here, waiting for you to rescue them, basically. Then Miku drops the exposition that they're in danger and you need to go and rescue them. And then you will go and head here towards the reach trigger marker. Hi, Cabby. Hello, Pika. How are you? Right, so our objective after that, go to supermarket, should be a reach trigger point, but it's not going to be big enough. So let's just make it much bigger. Because the supermarket's huge. And so we want this place crawling with zombies. I think I might just make this, because there really isn't any other direction to come at the supermarket from. So I think I'll just make it so that this trigger covers this whole road. So once you get to this road here, it will trigger your next objective. In fact, we'll bring it this way a little bit. I guess technically you could get to the supermarket from like over here, but we know you're coming from the town center. So like, unless you went all the way around, which there's no reason why you would, you're most likely going to pass through this box here. Okay. So that is a reach trigger. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is... Actually, I want to trigger a cutscene. Well, I need to put some zombies here as well. But this is where things get a little bit crazy. I need to control the order of events. I need to make sure it's not possible for the zombies to attack whilst in the middle of a cutscene, because that would be awkward. But I don't really have... At the moment, the zombies don't really have a sort of sleep mode. They do have a state machine, but the state machine is determined by player distance. I mean, by the time you reach this trigger, though, it should be fine, because you're still going to have a fair distance from the zombies. But just to be safe, I think it would be a good idea to modify the zombie AI class so that we can sort of make them redundant, like make them not start working until we want them to start working, basically. So if I take a look at my zombie script, at the moment it's a very simple script and it's not finished yet, but it's good enough to sort of get the flow going. And by flow, I kind of mean the flow of the game, the linear progression of the game. Right, okay, so here's our zombie script. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a modification to the zombie script, and I'm going to do a public bool called active. And I'm going to default it to true, and there's a reason that I'm doing this. Okay, so the reason I'm making active default to true is because I already have a swarm of zombies down at the graveyard, and I don't want to mess with them. I do want to mess with them because they need some fine tuning, and we need to add some more mechanics to them. But I don't want to mess with anything that's working at the moment. So basically, I need those zombies to be true. I don't need to go back and I shouldn't need to go back and reactivate them, because it doesn't matter for the graveyard. Once you get close enough, they're active, and that's the end of it. So that's why I default it to true. And then what we will do is in update here, I'm just going to put my state handling here, which is a case switch. I'm just going to encapsulate that in an if statement, which says if active. Okay. Okay. So now if active on the zombies is set to false, they won't change states on me. So they won't start following the player. They won't try and grab the player. They can't die. They're basically just decoration. They're just visible, right? Which is what I want. So now what I need to do is I need to go to my zombie tracker. So this tracks how many zombies the player's killed. And this also basically finds all the zombies at what's called a zombie route. So the way this works... why are your messages so long, Pika? Have you heard yet what they've been asking about online for Genshin? And that's they're releasing Pyro Archon at the same time as Pink and Outline Girl. What, side by side? I was wondering about that. That's weird. Well, no one's going to pull for Granny then, are they? That's kind of stupid. They would make more money if they released them. Or do you mean back to back? Back to back would make more sense. The banners will last the entire version, while the rerun banners will run after every 21 to 22 days after an update. Is this like official, though, or is this just what some idiot online's saying? Until I see it official, I wouldn't take that too seriously. I recently been playing Zenless Zone Zero, but I got lighter in the first day of the lighter banner. Congratulations, Kyogo. How is he? I haven't tried him yet, actually. See, I say I don't play the dudes. I do play Lycon, because Lycon's kind of unique. And I needed like a stunner on my ice team. I do like Lycon, actually. But I don't play any of the other dudes, actually. Yeah, I prefer to play the female characters in these games. But some games, like, I kind of have to. So, like, Star Rail, I play, like, Lorcha. Genshin, I play Venti. I normally only play one or two extra special male characters, but they have to be, like, extra special. But, yeah, Light is not really appealing to me. Plus, I know that Fox Girl's coming soon. And there's a new faction coming as well, like an idol faction. So I kind of want both of those, but I probably won't be able to get both. I'll probably have to pick one. The problem with the idol team is you need 3 characters, but I've heard rumors that we're getting one for free. But you still have to get 2 more, so I don't know. The problem with Fox Girl, though, I don't really like PubSec. I think she's part of PubSec, and I don't really like PubSec. Xingyi is the only good thing about PubSec. So I don't know. I'd rather have the idol girl, but because it's a new faction and it's exciting. And like I said, I don't really like PubSec. But the downside of the idol girl is you need, because they're a new faction, you need 3 from that faction. And even if you get one for free, that leaves 2 to get, doesn't it? Which is going to be tricky. Unless one of them is a 4-star, maybe. Project Mugen got a new name too. It's called Ananta. That's stupid. Project Mugen was a good name. They should have stuck with it. I don't need to spend more tips just to get him. Well, that's good. Now I'm going for his W engine if I want to. Yeah, be careful with the W engines. I don't think you need them. I mean, if you've got the pulse to spare, you may as well, I guess. But yeah, I haven't gone for any W engines except for I got one, and actually I regret it. I got one for Nekomata, which was the one that you could buy at the shop, because I had a ton of the currency, the wishing currency to get a one. And honestly, it didn't make much difference. I kind of regret it, because I could have had like whatever amount of pulls that would have been. It would have been a lot of pulls. I kind of wish I'd just used the pulls now, because it really didn't make much difference on her. And I got another 5-star engine just off the gacha, like on the standard banner, and I gave that one to Jane Doe, and that one is kind of underwhelming as well. So I don't think 5-star W engines in that game are really all that good, to be honest. They're not even as OP as I would have thought they would be. So I think you're much better going for copies, constellations if you can. If you're picking. So far, we still need to see if that does become official or not, but they're talking about the banner time change quite a lot on social media, though. Well, just, again, you're always obsessed with what's next. Pika. Live life in the present. I've told you this. Grab yourself a little snack. Grab yourself a little drink. Put your little light-sensitive glasses on so you don't hurt your eyes. And just take your time with the game and enjoy the game in the present, and you'll thank me for it. And don't worry about what's next. Just enjoy what's here now. Just enjoy what's here now. It'll be okay. Right. Okay. Watch out of the Zenless Zone Zero topic. I'm also taking a break after my 4-hour development, and also archived my live development progress. Oh, cool. Right, okay, let's get back into this because there's so much to do. So I need to put some zombies in here. Right, okay, yeah, let me find where was the other zombie tracker? So I think I put this, did I put the zombie tracker on this one? Yeah, I put the zombie tracker on this one. So basically our next objective, so what happens when we reach that trigger objective is it'll automatically trigger the next objective. So then the next objective after that needs to be another kill zombies objective. So we'll duplicate this one and we'll put it here. So this can be kill zombies 2, right? And this is kill zombies at the supermarket. So this one says kill all the graveyard zombies. So we can say kill all the supermarket zombies. Actually, no, we're not going to do that yet. Shit, I'm getting ahead of myself. We will have this, but not yet. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because the way I will deactivate them... Oh, yeah, this is kind of awkward, though. Oh, it's fine. You know what I can do? Okay, yeah, there's something weird about the way my system is working, which is actually a benefit to me. So I can move on to the next objective, but if I trigger a dialogue sequence before the player learns of that next objective, basically my dialogue system mutes all the UI and stuff anyway. So basically the flow is I can activate the next objective, trigger a dialogue sequence. The player doesn't learn about the next objective until that dialogue sequence is over, and then whatever we need to set up on that objective, we could do in the objective above the dialogue scene. So that this is the right order, actually. So what I can do here is say kill all the supermarket zombies. It's asking for a zombie transform. Now this one points to the graveyard, so we need to go to our supermarket and create a parent object. Where is my supermarket? There it is. So we'll just create an empty game object here called zombies, like I did last time. And then what we want to do is grab... I didn't actually save one of these as a prefab. I might do that now. He doesn't want to be active in the prefab folder, so let's just turn these on. We'll just grab Mr. Zombie number 1. We'll stick him in prefab, so now we can turn them off. I don't want him as a prefab there, though, necessarily. Okay, so now I've got a zombie prefab, so we can grab that zombie prefab and stick it in supermarket. Again, I'm going to completely unpack him, so we can do whatever we want with him. He's going to be over down by the graveyard right now, though. So we need to go and grab, I don't know, let's just grab this trees position. Copy, world, transform. I need to be careful here because this is going to change his scale as well. So let me just copy the position and give the zombie the position. And then we'll just do the rotation manually. Otherwise, it's going to mess with his scale. I wish Unity had an option for that, actually, where you could just copy position and rotation, but not scale. Because, like, how often do you really want to inherit the scale of a parent? I think that's a rare scenario, personally. Okay, he's there. Just floating in the air. Floating in the air. Floating in the air. Floating nearly everywhere. Floating in the air. Okay, so basically what we want the player to see in this cutscene. So you have to think ahead, right? You got to be one step ahead, like in chess or whatever. So we know our friends, our NPC friends are going to be stood here, right? And the you know, the scenario is that they're being attacked by zombies and we need to save them, right? So we certainly need a couple of zombies. I think the zombies should be facing them here, as if they're like trapped, you know what I mean? As if they're about to get eaten. So we need to just sort of just set the scene up, right? So let's get a couple of these. Make them look quite intimidating. And in that way, when we set up our cutscene, the zombies should be where they need to be. So we'll just kind of make it look like they're sort of blocking them in, yeah. Blocking them into this entrance. Right, their feet are in the ground. That's not right. We could actually just move the parent up if we want. Place their feet on the ground. There we go. Okay, and our NPCs are going to be stood here. So then we can set up our cameras and everything else. Actually, these can come this way a little bit so they kind of block them in a bit better. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so there's our first 4 zombie enemies. I can't look at links today, Peaks. I'm busy. I want to get this done because the thing starts soon, right? It's like I've got one more day and then the next season starts for the contest, and I want to try and get this up there as one of the first entries. Gives me a better chance of winning then. Okay, let's pack him in a little bit tighter, I think. Okay, so let me just close off all of that. Okay, so we've got our zombies, we've got our supermarket, and on this objective here, when this one activates, it's going to track all the zombies, right? So this was the next thing I wanted to do. So on my zombie tracker at the moment, we can now have 2 types of zombie trackers. We can have a type that just automatically activates, and then we could have a type where it only activates when we give it the go-ahead, right? So like wait, something like wait for activation or something like that, right? So I think I'll just call it auto start. So just like before, I'm going to do a public bool. I'm going to call it auto start, and I'm going to set it to true. Right. So what's going to happen when it starts is we're going to look at the route, the zombies route. Did I update this or not? No, I actually didn't. Okay, let me just update it to the new one that we just made. Zombies. Okay, so this one now points to the supermarket zombies. So it's going to track these zombies. And I want to make, for this specific one, I want to make it so that these zombies won't auto start. And then what we'll do is we'll just make this true when we're ready for it, right? So what we'll basically do is you'll see here what happens, right? Update zombie list. Update zombie list goes through all of the zombies and adds the number of zombies to the tracker. And then basically it tracks to see how many zombies are still exist, right? So that we can track the player's progress. So what we can do is, as we're iterating through each child in the route here, right, in update zombies list, what we can do is we can put an if statement in here where we say, now there's no point in tracking them in a list if we don't care about them being active. However, we've got to be careful because we've got a condition up here that says if zombies count equals 0, then we move on to the next objective, which we don't want to do. But I guess what I'll do is I'll just put in here, if auto start, then go ahead. Actually, no, let's go ahead and add them to the list anyway so that I don't have to mess with this one. But what we'll do is we'll say if it's not an auto start, then what we want to do is we want to say child get component zombie1, and we want to set active to false. So we're basically going in and we're deactivating every single zombie at this route constantly. Now we can do an else here, because when I give this thing the go ahead to activate the zombies, we need a way to change these falses to trues, right? So if we else this specific if statement and then just say set them to true, then basically this thing will now wait for the bool switch to then activate the zombies. And as you can probably imagine, we're going to do the bool switch at the end of the cutscene, right? So now we need to activate a cutscene. So let's just see how we can do that with the tools that I've made. This thing will automatically next objective. I could modify my reach trigger. Oh, here we go. On enter, Yeah, I already did this. Okay, so the way I set my reach trigger script up, look, is I have an on enter game object so that basically when we enter this trigger, if I choose to assign something here, it will activate said game object. That's perfect. We'll just activate a new dialogue sequence. So let's create a new dialogue sequence, a new cutscene. So let me find my dialogues. There they are. Okay. This one is going to need setting up from scratch. Okay, so I'm just going to create an empty game object and I'm just going to call it BFF in distress, right? Okay, so BFF in distress. Okay, so you can see that what my dialogue sequences need is a dialogue delivery schedule script. So we need to give it that. Okay, and then this links to the dialogue delivery system. And then we have a bunch of children, which are individual scenes, which have cameras attached to them. So the first thing we need to do is create a Cinemachine virtual camera. There we go. We just turn our logo off. There we go. We can see where it is there. That's actually not a bad establishing shot, actually. Ooh, didn't that work out good? I like that. Yeah, and we can do that. We can do like establishing shots and things like that. So the way we set an establishing shot up, or the way I set up an establishing shot up, let's close the graveyard. Where the hell am I? Position sets. Report. Miku Graves. Okay, here we go. So we'll call this establish. So we can see our camera here. This is the view that we're going to see. We can put an animation on that if we want. I think I will actually. And I think I'll just do like a zoom or something. So what we can do is we can go into our animation folder. Give this an animator. We need to create an animation controller. BFF cam distress. Okay, so now we'll give it a BFF cam distress animation controller. Create a new animation for it. I like to give it the same name, so we'll call BFF cam distress animation. And then we can start it. Maybe you want to take it up a little bit. Start it from like there, sir. We can also go this way a little bit, I think. I don't want to get too close. There, something like that, I think. Put you down a little bit. Okay, so there's our first transform. So if we just move that along, and we want to push in. We're on global right now. Let's take it across the local axis. So I'll push it in and bring it down. And we can test that. So if we just move that out. Yeah, that feels kind of good to me. Right, so this is taking like 2.2, say 2.3 seconds. So there's my 2.3 seconds. Okay, so then what I want to do is I want to find the BFF distress animation. And I want to make sure it's not a looping animation. We just want it to play once and once only. So now when this camera activates, it will play that animation. And on our script here, if we give this a dialogue delivery script, we can say this one is cam only, right? We've got no dialogue to display. So we don't need to set a speaker or opponent or anything like that. And we can just set a duration in here. I think this is an integer only though. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we're going to need, if we want the whole thing to play, we're going to need to make it 3 seconds. Oh, we could cut it off a little bit earlier too. I think I might play a sound effect or something over it though. So if you think about what's going to happen, right? It's going to play this all the way up to 2.3 seconds. Then it's going to wait an additional 0.7 seconds. And then it's going to cut to the next scene. So that gives us time to just maybe play like a little sound or something, like, you know, like zombies attacking or whatever. Or maybe even our friend like, oh, help me. Or whatever, right? Well, we don't want a dialogue because we'd have to subtitle it. And we've said there's no dialogue on this shot. But you know what I mean? Just like zombie noises or whatever. So that's probably what I'll do. Okay, so there's our camera establishing shot. Now we can cut to our first dialogue scene. So I'm just going to duplicate this one for now. Probably don't want an animation on this one. I just want it to be a static shot. So the first thing we need to do is set up our camera. So we know our NPC is going to be sort of trapped by these zombies, right? So now it's like a creative choice. Do we want to see the zombies from behind, or do we want to get so tight and close? I think this could be kind of good. Like sort of look through a couple of the zombies. That's quite a cool shot, actually. And our friend should be stood somewhere here. Now we can check this. So if we go back to our position markers, we can see where all our NPCs are going to be stood. Okay, so our NPCs are actually going to be stood there. So this lets us frame the shot now, right? So if we go back to the dialogue camera. There we go. Now we can make sure that our NPCs are going to be in shot, but we still get that like intimidating look that the zombies are like, you know, the player's sort of reminded that the zombies are here. They are in danger, they are trapped, and they'll sort of show up here. I think that's a pretty good shot. Okay, so we'll do BFF distress. Right, so we can set it to opponent 10 because we know opponent 10 is the best friend. And then the way I've set it up as well is in dialogue we can actually address the player's name by using the shortcode #plat#. That will get converted when it goes through my objectives manager. That will get converted into the character's name. So if you chose Iron Mouse, it'll say Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse, help me. So that's probably what we want, right? Iron Mouse, help me, or whoever you're playing as, right? We can't get out of the supermarket. They've trapped us here. Okay. Now this duration here, basically what it will do is if autoplay is ticked, but normally the player will sort of say when they want the next line of dialogue anyway. But if autoplay is active, it will wait this number of seconds per subtitle. So Yeah, 3 seconds is probably about right. Are the other ones set to about 3 seconds? Actually, this set's like 4. Okay, to be consistent, I'll set it to 4, the same as the other ones. Okay, so now the next thing we want to do is when this establishing shot comes on, this is good practice as well. What you want to do is you always want to teleport the player so you can set them up for a cutscene. So I have a script here called position player. Okay, position player. And then I literally just give it a transform. So now we can make another cube. So if we grab this position here, then we can say, okay, this is going to be the position of the player. So we know that the trigger collider to set off this cutscene is like on this road here. And so now we can set up our shot for the player. We also need to be careful about where we put all the zombies though. So if I make... Let's just put the player about here, I think. Yeah, I think that should be okay. Okay, so I'm just going to call it S market player position, so we know what it is. Why do these all have mesh renders turned on? Okay. So I go back to my establishing shot, and now I can give that transform to our player position. So now we know where our player is, right? We'll just turn that on so we can see it. And then we want to make a new dialog node. For the player. I'll just put player, that's fine. Right, so we can find that. So there it is there. And if we move our camera, we can now face the player. So our player's going to be stood there. It's quite a nice shot. You got to remember that my dialogue takes up like a big bottom half of the screen, so I always try and make sure the player's like at least at the halfway point. We could probably push in a little bit closer, I think. Yeah, these lampposts frame things quite nicely, actually. Okay, so I'm going to put it about here, I think, for the player camera. So now we can say that the opponent is -1, because -1 is the player character. So we want the player character to be the one that's speaking, and then we can put whatever we want in here. Don't worry. And in a similar way to Plat, I can do BFF for best friend forever. So whoever the random best friend is that you get in this playthrough, you'll say their name. Don't worry, BFF. I'll clear this place out. My Bluetooth is typing like a maniac. Clear this place out before how about before they even know what hit them? And then because there's a weird thing going on with this game with hot dogs where you and your best friend just like to eat hot dogs together. I don't know. It's just I thought it was funny. So I'm just gonna just keep that hot dog one for me, okay, bud? Okay, so that's because I don't know, it just amuses me. Okay, so that should be our little cutscene. Let me just see. Yeah, so the way these need to be set up is these nodes need to be off, along with the dialog parent. And if we go to our kill zombie, our trigger, that's my reach trigger. Go to supermarket, reach trigger, on enter. So on enter, this is where we can activate that dialog node. So we want to give it this parent here. There we go. Okay, so now when that one activates, it'll turn on. The player will get teleported. We need to turn that off so we can't see it. The player will get teleported here, and we'll do the cutscene. Help me, blah blah blah. Zombies are never activated though. Yeah, that's something else I need to do actually. Oh. Okay, well actually again, right, we need to make sure the zombies are visible as you're getting there. So if we go to report to Migu, when this node here becomes active is probably the best time to do it. Just trying to think what tools I have to activate something. How did I do it? I didn't put a next objective on there either. Oh, I know why. Because I triggered the next objective when the shooting gallery. Oh, yes, I remember now. I remember thinking I'm going to need a solution for this. Yeah, okay. So the way I activate the zombies from the end of the shooting gallery tutorial to the start of the zombies at the graveyard is I have a script that waits for the shooting gallery score lives to reach 0 so that Miku can summarize your score, and then I activate the zombies on that script. And I remember thinking I'm going to need a different solution going forward because I can't use that same script. Okay, so I need to create a solution to activate an object. So I think the best solution, the most robust one, is if I do a activate on disable object. That way, what I can do is I can go to the last line of dialogue when you're talking to Miku about rescuing your friend. So when we trigger the next objective, I'll also add an activate on disable script, and all this script needs to do is take a public game object, which I'll just call activate, and then quite literally all we need is an on disable. And whatever's linked to this will activate, as the name suggests, on disable. And then what we'll do is we'll just activate that zombies node as this line of dialogue completes. Where's my zombies node? Supermarket zombies, there it is. Okay, and then that needs to be off by default. All right, so we'll test this for now. We do need another objective though. Yeah, we've got the kill zombies and it already has the zombie tracker. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so we'll test this for now, make sure this works. Forgot to tell you earlier, they deleted their YouTube channel before the name announcement, and that's why all the videos are new on the channel. I have no idea what you're talking about. How's the project going so far? It's fine. Where's my star? Right, let me just close those off. There it is. Okay. Okay, report back to Miku. So this is after we've killed the zombies in the graveyard. You're alive! Did you manage to kill any of them before managing to get away? What are you talking about? I killed every last one of them. It was actually ridiculously easy. I hope this gets a bit more challenging. Are you serious? That's amazing! I thought you'd get eaten alive for sure. But you still sent me anywhere. Well, I must say I'm impressed, Hajime. I really underestimated your abilities. We can't crack open the champagne just yet, though. I have more bad news. What? Did you find more fan-made hentai of yourself on Reddit again? No. Well, I mean, yes, of course. There's always new hentai on Reddit, but that's beside the point. The real bad news is that I'm completely out of cigarettes. Cigarettes? I didn't even know you smoked. Is that wise? It can't be good for an idol with a youthful voice to sound like she gargles bleach on a daily basis. It's stressful being an idol and a mayor, you know. Anyway, I sent Kuro over to the supermarket to get me some with a few others. The place is crawling with flesh-eating zombies and they're now trapped over there. You selfish bitch! If anything happens to my friend Kuro, I'll rip those pigtails out of your frickin' head. They were getting food for the safe house too. It wasn't just for my nicotine craving, you know. Anyway, you should probably head on over there and see if you can rescue them. Say no more, I won't see my best friend hurt. I suppose you won't be coming along to help at all. I need to refill my cigarette lighter. It's out of gas. Today really is such a shit day, you know. I hope they only have your least favourite brand in stock and it makes you cough up a furball. A furball? I'm not a cat girl. Well, I guess we can't all be perfect then. Rescue Kuro from the supermarket. Okay. Yeah, see, she shouldn't be there, but I know why she is. And also, that shouldn't be enabled. Now, to be fair, if I play through from start to end, these things won't actually be an issue. But really, I should have like a good system in place where anything that... I thought I was doing that though. When I continue progress, I was pretty sure. I need to check on that actually. Yeah, because I remember thinking about this before, and I'm pretty sure I iterate through all of the scripts when restoring progress to make sure that everything happens in the same sequence, in the same order. Because the downside of doing things the way I'm doing them, where you have lots of like mini scripts, which I've never done anything this way before actually, but I thought it was probably the best way to do it. But it does have its downsides, and its downside is you need to make sure everything gets run in the same order every single time, even if you... Like, even if you're starting from like a midway point, you need to make sure that all the previous points get run. Yeah, I wish there was... I need to find a solution that's best of both worlds, really. So there you go. We trigger the cutscene. Our best friend's lying on the ground. That's actually funny. Okay, I'm not sure where the others are. We also got a null reference exception. I don't know whether the null reference was happening on the establishing shot or if it happened on the shot after that. Okay, there's so many weird things happening there. Okay, now my objective is kill all supermarket zombies, and we are past the cutscene. Also, my objective marker is, yeah, still over at the graveyard. Because I forgot to physically move it. Okay. Problems. Let's see if I can find the problem. Because this was set as cam only. What was the null reference for, though? Speaker. No, speaker's null on there. And it's set to cam only. I don't really see a difference. I can't imagine it being that one. Because I don't really see a difference between... Right, what I'll do is I'll make this 30 seconds long just to give me time to debug and see what the hell is going wrong. Oh, that one's set to cam only. Maybe that's why. Yeah, okay, so it was looking for, although there is a camera though. But maybe on cam only it's like looking for an animation or something. It shouldn't really be looking for an animation though. There's the first issue, is that I left cam only on. I don't think that would cause a null reference though. That's kind of weird. Okay, I don't know. I need to run through it again and see what the hell is happening. So the other issue was that on the kill zombies, it's still over at the graveyard. So we need to move that. Over to the supermarket. That one is the trigger collider, so that should be in the correct position. Okay. Oh, I forgot to get my mince out. Right, just give me a minute. I need to get some food out for tonight. Okay, what I'll do is I'll player prefs. Clear player prefs. Alright, I'll be right back. You can do, yeah, whatever you think helps. Yeah, otherwise it might defrost in time. Thanks. My camera. Alright, sorry about that. Right, I now have a skip button so I can at least skip the dialogue. Yeah, also target's screwed up. It's really quiet. Yeah, my reticle stopped working on these targets for some strange reason. Did I kill my speaker? Yes. Right, whatever, I'll just get past that. So he's got 9, not bad. I think you should... That should be good enough to kill at least a few of them. You know, you could try killing a few yourself. As wonderful as that sounds, I did promise the others I'd help gather supplies. Of course you did. The zombies were last spotted over by the graveyard, so I'd start there if I were you. I'll be over at the town square. Please report to me once you're done. Right, I also need to fix this. You're not supposed to be able to go this way. You can actually sneak through, so I need to fix that. Because I really want the player to go this way. Otherwise it ruins my establishing shot. I need to add sound effects to all this as well. Also, that occlusion is really weird at the church there. I don't know why occlusion thinks that you can't see through that door. Because the fence on the other side gets cold. That's Unity's fault, that. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I need to make these a bit more challenging, to be honest. But for now, I'm just getting the main flow of the game down. Why didn't that kill him? It bounced right off his head. Yeah, they can't actually grab you yet either. Three zombies remaining. Oh yeah, there they are. There might be too many of those. Just get a bit repetitive. But I haven't fully fleshed out the zombies yet because it's rotting anywhere. Haha, did you get it? Right, so let's make sure. Who's my best friend in this playthrough? I don't even know who my best friend is. And did they move? I think so, because there's some missing. Yeah, the best friend was stood here with me, I think. So there's a couple missing here, and there's a couple missing on this side. Well, we could check before I go and activate that. Let me just make sure that that worked. And that... my best friend should now be over at the supermarket. But yeah, also they're laying down as well, which is awkward. Yeah, so they're all here, but they're all laying down. It's actually kind of funny, but that's not what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, so they need to be upright and also rotating left 90 degrees. So up 90 degrees and left 90 degrees. That is hilarious, though. Okay, let me make a note of that. I think I like a snowball's chance. It's between a snow out or a snowball's chance. I think I like a snowball's chance the best, and I want it like ... because obviously the saying is a snowball's chance in hell, but I just want to leave it at a snowball's chance ... I think that makes a good name. Okay, so NPCs at supermarket rotate 90 degrees upright, rotate 90 degrees left. Yeah, the player could use rotating left slightly as well, talking to Miku. They don't really look like they're talking to each other. I think it matters less for Miku, because Miku is obviously meant to be like selfish and a bit of a bitch anyway. But our player character look like they're facing too much left. So rotating right a little bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the NPC's not at the hot dog van. If you play through from start to finish. But I thought my load system, I need to check that actually. Yeah, my load, no, you know what I think it is? is the load system probably is activating all of the objective game objects so that when they have position setters, those position setters get activated. The problem is I have position setters on interactables and I have position setters on dialogue nodes, and it's not really feasible to activate all previous dialogue nodes and all previous interactables as well. That would be kind of tricky to pull off. So I kind of need a solution for that. Well, we didn't get a null reference exception on here. This will last 30 seconds now, so we know it's not the establishing shot. Okay, well this, yeah, we fixed it. Okay, so it really was cam only on dialogue. Apricot, help me. We can't get out of the supermarket. They've trapped us here. So obviously once we stand them up and face them towards the camera, this will look a lot better. Don't worry, Zentra. And I'm, okay, so I'm facing left as well. Left rotates. That's right, isn't that? Whatever. Stupid fucking Bluetooth, man. Okay, and we should be able to kill these zombies and move it along as well. Oh yeah, we forgot to activate them as well, so they won't actually follow me. So yeah, we forgot to activate them as well. Okay. Right, so what have I got to do? So the first one is player reporting to Miku, rotate right a little. So if I go to my position setters, where the hell are my position setters? There they are. Report Miku. Okay, that's the report to Miku position. It's that one there. Yeah. So you can kind of see where we're facing. Also, I need to memorize that. Okay, so if I look at the transform, although I don't think it changes, does it? It probably does. Yeah, so the blue line is kind of where the character is facing. However, you can't tell the upwards orientation on that. Right, so that should make that better. Okay, so we did that. NPCs at supermarket, rotate 90 degrees upright. Rotate 90 degrees left. Are we sure it was left? It's not actually left, it's actually right. It's always freaking right. Okay, so NPCs at supermarket is these ones. if I rotate these as a group, they're going to rotate as a group. So I can't do that. I need to rotate them individually. Why do they have a weird rotation like that, though? That's kind of strange. Anyway, it's this axis here wants to be nice. It's 90 degrees on the X. Okay. And then 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees on the Z, pretty much. Okay, so that should fix that. Player in supermarket cutscene, rotate right 90 degrees. Supermarket player position. Okay. And then I need to activate the zombies. After the cutscene, we want to add more zombies as well. Activate zombies after the cutscene. So I don't have a script for that yet. But we're probably going to want to do it when a dialogue sequence ends, I would think. Okay, so I'm going to create an activate zombies script. Which I'm going to give to this node here. And this is going to take a zombie tracker. And then all we need to do is a private void on disable. Forget spell. Privé private. What am I, French? Oui, oui. Non, non. And then we want to say tracker. Auto start equals true. So if you remember our previous code, we said that we're constantly checking on every frame if auto start is set to true. If it becomes set to true, it turns the zombies active, but whilst it's false, it leaves them inactive. So that's literally all we need to do. We do need to assign the supermarket zombies, which is kill zombies 2, to that tracker though. And then what we also need to do is go to our zombies route for the supermarket, which is here. And we need to make more zombies, basically. So this is a nice little thingy, to be honest. I do want to make them a little bit more threatening. So let's make these ones 16:3. I haven't figured out grab distance yet. Really, I should be doing all this, but I kind of just want to do the main floor first. Oh, you motherfucker. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a bunch more in front of this door here, but they're kind of like just hanging out over here. Put some over here. 17. $18. It won't do it unless they go blue. Oh my god, Unity, I hate you so much. Okay, if we click at that, they go blue. There we go. Okay, and I'm stood here. Could put some here and here. Because so far there's loads more zombies at the graveyard than there is at the supermarket. But they're going to be a lot easier to deal with than these ones, because these ones are going to have like a bigger range on them and stuff. But like, this isn't really meant to be a game that's like, you know, really it's just a stupid little narrative experience that just has silly little elements of gameplay in it. It's not meant to actually be challenging as a shooter or anything. You can't die. I don't want health in it or anything. I was thinking of putting some around the back as well, because technically this is still the supermarket. I think it's not a bad idea. Let's put some in the car park out here. Alright, that should be fine. Yeah, we can see there's like 35 zombies here, which is probably more than enough. And then I think what I want to do is trigger like a cutscene after that where, you know, your best friend's like, oh my god, thank you so much for saving me. Kind of thing. But essentially what we're going to have after that is a report back to Migu. So we'll report to Migu too. But I do want... Wait, that's not what I thought it was. That was position sets. Okay. So I need... Okay, a couple of things I need. So we want a report to Miku objective, which is report to Miku 2. Report back to Miku. Just make sure Miku gets positioned where she was supposed to. This enables the report to Miku interactable. However, that needs to be a different interactable because that interactable will enable a different object. So this needs duplicating. So we need a report to Miku 2 interactable. I need to make sure that report to Miku is the correct interactable. Right, report to Miku 2 is the interactable that we enable. So I can set this up differently. Position Miku there to make sure she's there to report to. These ones need removing because these would actually get the NPCs at the supermarket. But they're already there. But it doesn't hurt to have them there still, I guess, just in case you're continuing from a previous save. So I'll leave them on. Yeah, they point to the position set markers that we just edited, so they should be correct. No, let me think. So there's a way to, when I do an on-enable, so what I need to do is I need to trigger a dialogue cutscene, but we need to make sure that that's the active objective. So I've got enable interactable. I think I have an enable object as well. At the start of an enabled objective. I don't know, do I? Let me just think about this a sec. Right, what objective gets interrupted by a dialogue scene? There's a couple, actually. I mean, the most recent one was the cutscene before Kill Zombies 2 becomes, like, the front and center. But we used a trigger collider. Oh, yes, we did. Okay, that's a trick I could do. Except I don't really know where the... Okay, I know what... Yeah, no, okay, that is a good trick I can do. Okay, yeah. The way I've done it so far is I've always just so happened to use a trigger collider, and then the trigger collider activates the dialogue sequence before moving on to the next objective. So I can basically mask a next objective with a dialogue cutscene at the moment with my current systems, as long as I put a trigger reach trigger objective type in between the two. Which I wasn't going to do. However, that's actually a good idea, because that got me thinking about it, actually. The reason that's a good idea, of course, is I don't know. In all fairness, the most likely scenario is going to be that the player's going to be at the back of the car park. The most likely scenario is that the player's going to be at the back of the car park, and they're going to have defeated the zombies at the back. So if you then suddenly play a cutscene of your friend thanking you, and your friend stood at the front of the supermarket, and you're like replying to them at the back of the supermarket, that doesn't make sense. So by placing a reach trigger collider back at the front of the supermarket, we can say like, go and meet up with your friend or whatever. Then we know that the player's we know roughly the position the player's going to be in before we then trigger that next dialogue sequence, which just makes it make more sense and connect up better. So it's actually a happy accident that that's how I mask the next objective with a dialogue sequence, because that actually happens to be the right choice here, actually. So what I need to do is I need to put in a reach trigger objective. Where was the last one? Go to the supermarket was one. So if we turn this one on, this one was one where we came to the front of the supermarket. So we'll duplicate this one and we'll put it after the kill zombies, and we'll basically go and say, you know, meet BFF. So like go and meet up and make sure that your best friend's all right after you've saved them. So now we can see where that is. We want to put this one. You see how this works? This is actually pretty useful, right? Because now I can guarantee that the player has to come to the front entrance of the supermarket in order to trigger the next objective, in order to trigger that cutscene. So now when we play the cutscene and the player's somewhere within this box, it makes sense, right? Because the player went there anyway. Whereas if we'd have just triggered it while they were at the back of the car park, that wouldn't really have made much sense. So that works out really good, actually. And then on my reach trigger here, these are set up so that I can enable, there you go, on enter. On enter, I can trigger a dialogue sequence. So our previous one was BFF in distress. Now we can do BFF rescued. Let's call it. Okay, BFF rescued, and we can set up a little cutscene for this. So that's actually awesome. Okay, so let's set that up. Do I want an establishing camera shot? I don't think I do for this one, actually. I just want to get straight into the dialogue. So our first node, we can put a player position. Okay, position player, and we need to give a position marker for this one. So what I'll do, because I already know it's facing the right way, I'll take the previous player position marker. There it is. We'll duplicate it, and we'll call it player rescue. And then we'll just push that closer to the character we're talking to. It's going to be like somewhere around here. Right? Because our friend's like stood here. So we'll put it like here or something. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so if we go back to our first line in here, I'm going to set that as my position marker. Okay, beautiful. We can check our cameras. Just turn start off. Okay. Yeah, and this time we can move the camera a little bit closer, I think. Right, so this is your best friend speaking. Actually, let's start with the player speaking, actually. Like, are you alright, so-and-so, whatever the player's name is. So we'll grab this camera. So at the moment, it's still where it was from the previous cutscene. So we want to pull it back. back. What are we looking at? So let's show the player position. There it is. Now I need to be careful, right? Because the NPCs are stood around here, so we could be like clipping through some NPC mesh. So just to make it a little bit safer. I mean, we can tweak things whenever we want, but also the less tweaking I need to do. Later the better, really. So I'm just going to push it this way a little bit. Yeah, I think that should be okay. Can we see the positions of the NPCs? Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. Look at where the camera is. Now, once that's set up, we might be able to look through the shoulders of some of the NPCs or something and really set it up like to look really cool, actually. But that looks dodgy to me. That looks like it's gonna... It looks like it's gonna be a problem. We'll leave it there. We'll see. We can like I said, we can fix it. That could make a really cool shot, actually. I think it's fine because we've left a gap here, right? So if there's an NPC here and there's an NPC here, we should just get the backs of the NPCs, and then our main character like in sort of through them. I might want to lift it up a little bit though. Try and look over their shoulders a bit more. At this point, it's kind of like guesswork, right? We don't tune it at this stage, but we can sort of get a rough idea of where things want to be. Okay, I think that should be okay. Are you okay, best friend? They're all gone now, guys. You should be safe. Thanks so much, player name. That was a close one. Thought I was gonna be... How about a zombie snack? Thought I was gonna be a zombie snack there for a moment. Nah, they're kind of slow and dumb. Can't believe you guys are so scared of them, to be honest. One swift snowball to the head and they go down real easy. Yes, I suppose that's true. It's just that there's so many of them though. It's like when you see a wasp. It's no big deal. But a swarm of wasps is something else entirely. Sure, I can understand that, I suppose. Did you manage to get Miku her cigarettes? There were no cartons left at all. I wonder if the zombies smoked them. Can you let her know we're gonna head over to the safe house before more of these ghastly fiends show up? Sure thing, BFF. I'm about to head over there now. And then we can activate that objective. Okay, so turn those off. And that one. And did we set it up so that the trigger meet BFF should... Okay, now that's set to that one, so let's change it to that one. These need to be inactive. Along with that one. Is we already next objective, didn't we? I had an activate zombies script. Oh shit. Yeah, so I want... Okay, the weird thing about that is... So the zombies are now gone, so we don't want to activate zombies script. I actually want the player position script on this one. And we were setting it to... player rescue. And then we can get all the BFF distresses and remove it off there. And all the players want the activate zombie script removing. There we go. Okay. So then that dialogue sequence will finish and we'll already be on the next objective, and the next objective is going to be report to Miku, which is the same as the previous report to Miku, except now it's talking to report to Miku 2, so we can activate a dialogue sequence with Miku, which we need to make instead of the previous dialogue sequence with Miku. So let's do that. So report to Miku grave, we'll duplicate that one. And we'll call this report to Miku S Market Supermarket. Okay, so let's activate that. So our first node is going to... There's our camera. So actually just go straight to that. Okay. So our position player is going to get into the report to Miku position, which is correct because it's going to be pretty much the same as before. The main thing we need to change is our report to Miku 2 interactable. Instead of triggering report to Miku grave dialogue, now it wants to report to Miku supermarket dialogue. Okay, so that's done. And now we just need to obviously change the dialogue. So Miku being Miku should ask if I got her cigarettes before she asks anything else. Did you get my cigarettes? I'm gasping here. Nope, there were no cartons left. Zombies must have smoked them all. We're all fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. There were no cartons at all. What about tobacco pouches? Were those all empty too? Looks like you're quitting cold turkey today, amigo. How's everyone doing over at the safe house? Did they manage to get set up over there? Okay. Sigh. I guess I'm back to vaping then. No way I'm going cold turkey in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Okay, I need to look at my structure. Figure out what's next. I could test everything up to this point. Activate zombies after the cutscene, we did that. Okay, so I have a structure laid out here somewhere. I did. What happened to my structure? I had a freaking structure all laid out. Okay, here it is. It's in this one. Yeah, I don't know whether that could be really all that fun or not. I don't know. I was going to do like some general fetch quests or whatever. Like the whole, like the comedy of the situation was going to be that like everybody else is useless and you're the only one who can actually do anything. Because that's how these games always are, right? It's always like, oh my god, like nobody can do anything for themselves. And you always have to like do everything from freaking, you know, like Genshin Impact's a great example, right? You have to do everything from cooking the food at all the freaking Lantern Rite festivals to killing every monster in the fucking land to fucking cleaning the fucking church floors. Do you know what I mean? It's like you just fucking do everything. So I was thinking of doing like some general fetch questy type things to break up like the killing of zombies. Such as buy some supplies at the supermarket. The thing is, I feel like that wouldn't really make that much sense. Let me think about this. I have to think about how this needs to fit together. There are certain things that I like. I know where the zombies. So I know where the zombies are invading because I set up like little areas for each like zombie encounter. We call them zombie encounters, right? So we did the cemetery in the graveyard. Now we've done the protect supermarket. Oh, that was a good. I think that was a good idea. That could be what comes next, I guess. Like to say that a couple of the. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that one because that kind of breaks it up a bit. Like two or three of the NPCs have gone missing, and you need to like find them, but we don't tell you where they are. And that's not a bad idea, actually. I like that one, but I need to build a new system for it. Yeah, that's quite a good one. But then eventually they're going to like attack the power plant. There's a multi-story car park, and at the end it's going to be like save Miku at the town hall. There's also going to be a safe house invasion. So I'm just trying to like figure out what order things should happen in and how do I lead the player there. Like how are we going to weave it into the experience, right? So we did the cemetery, we did the supermarket. I think this could be a good one to do next to break it up a little bit. I mean, let's see. How many zombie invasions do we have? So we have an invasion at the cemetery, an invasion at the supermarket. There's 2. We want a safe house invasion, which will be 3. A power plant invasion, which will be 4. I don't know why that's over there. A multi-story car park invasion, which will be 5. And then a final invasion where we have to save Miku at the town hall. But then I'm also considering, I don't know, possibly where we have to abandon the town. I don't know if I'll have time for this. Possibly an end game where we abandon the town and run over zombies with car at the end as we're like driving to a new town. I don't know yet. That would require a lot more mechanics and a lot more. I kind of like just want to get this done. So I don't know. But I do, that would offer quite, like that would at least offer a little bit of variety in terms of things. And it probably wouldn't be too bad to do. I could just do like one big long straight road and then make it so that a certain number of zombies has to be run over. I might actually get around to doing that. But you have to think about the floor, right? So at the moment, the floor has been like cutscene, go here, cutscene, tutorial, cutscene, first zombie invasion, cutscene, second zombie invasion, cutscene. There's a risk of it being very repetitive, right? Where it becomes cutscene, zombie invasion, cutscene, zombie invasion, cutscene, zombie invasion. It gets a bit old. So that's why it's nice. I think it's nice to break it up. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I think I will play it through up to this point. Because I can't quite decide if I work on unless I do manage to weave in some more difference in kind, right? Gameplay. So difference in kind gameplay is where you like come up with something a little bit different just to sort of offer a little bit of variety. But also, like, some of these things might make more sense in terms of, like, the story and the narrative flow if I put them in a certain order. So it becomes like a jigsaw, right, where you have the pieces, but now you need to figure out what order the pieces should go in and how they should fit together. Okay, I think this might make more sense, both narratively and in terms of the flow of the game. I think actually we put the safe house invasion next. Because we could have it so that Miku says, Right, so we can have it so that Miku says, right, can you go over? Yeah, they all seem set over there. Can you go over and check on them? And you can rest now. You can go and chill out with everybody else. You've done enough to protect the city, which is kind of funny as well, because then it almost makes it sound like the only thing Miku really cared about this whole time was getting a pack of cigarettes, which is kind of funny. Um, but then when you go over there, like, oh my god, everybody's invaded by zombies. So you do another. There's another zombie invasion here, but we are up to 3 now, so it could be getting a bit repetitive. So then this is why we need to like break it up a bit, I think. But then that could lead to then saying, okay, you know, we need to board this safe house up. And maybe the zombies that could work actually. Maybe the zombies ate all their supplies. Yeah, I think also we're probably getting a bit sick of talking to Miku at this point as well. It'd be nice to have some dialogue from some other characters. There's like, I'll admit that like it's like a time thing as well, right? But like there are 10 other NPC characters in this game, and we literally only talk to our best friend and Miku so far. So there's like 9 characters that don't really do anything at the moment. Um, because this game was supposed to be something else originally, right? There were supposed to be opponents that we competed against, but I've scrapped that idea now. But I could try and incorporate them into the story a little bit better. So I think this is what should happen next: is we go and check on everybody at the safe house, and then there's another zombie invasion. So this is our 3rd zombie invasion. The zombies eat all the supplies, and everybody's scared because, right, like they can just break in at any minute. So we're gonna hide in the safe house, but we need a way to board up the doors. So please, 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 protagonist, can you go and get us some supplies? Because the zombies ate 8 hours. We also need some water, right? Because we're going to be like boarded up in the safe house. So I've got some ideas up here about like gathering water at the fountain, chopping down some wood from trees. Oh yeah, I needed a forest for that. I don't have a forest yet. I might need to make a little forest area for that. And it just offers a little bit of alternative gameplay as well. So it feels like you're doing different things. You're not just killing zombies and speaking to people. You get to do something a little bit different. Now I know people hate fetch quests, but tough. There's a reason they exist in games. Okay, they're easy to make and they break things up. So I think that could be cool. So we do a safe house invasion. The zombies ate the supplies or whatever, ruined the supplies. So now, and then that kind of makes it funny, right? Because we were literally just at the supermarket, and now even that's gone wrong. So even that's down to us, right? So we end up like kind of doing everything ourselves, which is kind of funny. So we don't speak to Miku again. Now we start getting maybe like my best friend like takes charge and starts saying, oh, look, I know we're asking a lot, but can you go and get us some wood, get us some food, and get us some water, right? And then we can branch off into like a 3-part quest thing where it's like, gather wood times 20, buy supplies from supermarket, whatever it is, gather some water. Which I need to make a new system for, but that's fine. And then when we come back, well, that should be enough to break things up a little bit. And you board up the safe house. What I was thinking is then the next part could be, oh, while you were gone, like, 2 or 3 of us went missing. We don't know where they are. They went out looking for you or something like that. Well, you were gone so long that, they went looking for you. and they haven't come back and we're worried about them. So then your job is to find a couple of the NPCs just like scattered around the city, right? And we don't tell you where they are. You've got to find them yourself. However, I feel like there's been enough difference. Maybe we should save that. So we have 2 more options. If we want to slot something in between, but we need a reason, right? So we need to either come up with a reason why the player has to clear out the power plant, or how about that? Yeah, there's no. Oh, that's a good idea. We need electricity. So you go back and the power's off. Oh, there's another problem. We just discovered there's another problem. Oh yeah, what's that? There's no electricity. We can't, we can't survive. That'll be funny. We can't survive without our anime streaming service, right? And there's no electricity. Well, why do you suppose that is? Oh, well, I've heard that there's, the zombies have invaded the power plant and, they're stopping the flow of electricity. Whatever, right? Just a reason to go over to the nuclear planet. I think that works. That works. Because I can work that into the dialogue a little bit, right? So, okay, once we've done the boarding up the safe house fetch quests and we've secured the safe house, we can get told that there's no power and we need to get the power back on at the power plant. And we could put a little interactable there. So after you've cleaned out, that's a good idea actually. After you've cleared out the zombies at the power plant, it could just be like a big massive fucking on-off switch at the power plant or something really stupid like that. And then once you've cleared out the zombies, you like reset the power. I could even do a little mini game puzzle or something to get the power back on. I don't know if I'll go that far, but I could. I actually, to be fair, I did like, which game is it? Oh, yeah, which game is that, actually? There's a game where you wire... Oh, it's Wuthering Waves, isn't it? Yeah, I've got to be honest, I quite like that little mini-game from Wuthering Waves. I don't know, though, because it's a lot more work. But yeah, okay, so then you go and do a zombie invasion at the power plant, and you get the power back on, right? Then when you return to the safe house... you get told that 2 or 3 NPCs got worried and went out looking for me, and now they've gone missing. And you're like, Jesus Christ. So then you got to go and find... then you got to go and find the 2 or 3 missing NPCs. So that breaks it up because it's like... and these will be like little mini zombie inversions. So each... let's say we pick 3. The magic number's always 3, right? So we'll say 3 NPCs. And what we'll do is we'll make it so that in some little areas of the city, such as the car park... right. Where's the little car park? There's a little car park. I could wrap it up so that... so I made this big, massive, multi-story car park, right? Because I thought this could be like a bit of a trek for the player. You got to go all the way up these floors and clear out all these zombies. But I can't think of a reason, like, why do we care that the zombies in the car park, and why do, like, it kind of feels like there needs to be a reason, right? I suppose if I do, okay, that could link nicely, because it's like, okay, remember when I said, okay, well, we're going to need to abandon the town. Maybe it gets to the point where, like, you know what, I've changed my mind. This town sucks. Miku's like, I've changed my mind. I don't want to be the mayor of this town anymore. I want to be the mayor of a new town. You're like, what? We're leaving this town and we're gonna go. But in order to get to my car, like Miku wants to get a car back, and like maybe her car's like this one or whatever, right? And she's like, well, in order for us to leave, I'm only leaving in my car. I'm not using anybody else's because it's got my music in it or something stupid, right? So she refuses to leave in any of these other billions of cars around the city. And you must secure her car specifically. And then that could give us a reason to go to the car park and clear out the car park full of zombies. And then that could then lead us to the end game, which is what I really want, where you're basically driving along a big road and then you've got to like run over zombies on your way to the next town. And then we could just do like a final cutscene of, arriving at this new town or whatever. It's still a lot of work, but at least that has a nice flow to it, and I think it makes sense, and it gives me an excuse for all the little invasions that I want to do. But yeah, okay, as for the 3 missing NPCs, basically I'm just going to pick like 3 spots that we haven't been to. So this was a big zombie invasion. 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 And the safe house is going to be probably this here. And this will be a big zombie invasion. We're even going to have a zombie invasion at the town hall towards the end. So I'll just do like mini invasions. So mini invasions. So when the NPCs go missing, maybe one of them's at their house or something. They went back to their house to get their iPod or whatever, something really stupid. And then there'll just be like a couple of zombies to deal with. And then you rescue them, and then you do the second one, and then you do the third one. And then that will bring you back to the safe house to then get told that Miku's in trouble over at the town hall and we need to go and save her. Then when we save Miku and we're finally ready to bunk down in this, that could be really funny. Yeah, I like that. So now when you're finally ready to settle down in the safe house, you've boarded it up, you've got your supplies, you've literally cleared the town of zombies, and Miku's like, I don't want to be cooped up in this building. Why are we trapping ourselves in this building? Why are we cooping ourselves up in this building anywhere? Wouldn't it be better if we just fled town? I think we should flee the town, guys. And it's like, what? Are you serious? Yes, we're fleeing the town. But we're taking my car and only my car. Oh, and by the way, I think the car park's full of zombies. So will you go and clear them out for me? And then that's our final clearing them out. Or maybe I can incorporate both. Like maybe what I can do, because by this point I think you're going to be sick of throwing snowballs at zombies, right? So maybe I can set it up so that we put a car here or something, and you get told to get in that car, right? And so this mission, because it's kind of set up to allow it, right? There's plenty of space here. Maybe this final zombie invasion could actually be where you run the zombies over in the car. So you go up in a car and you run the zombies over until you get to the top, and then you get in Miku's car and then you like drive it over to Miku or whatever. I'll figure it out. But yeah, something like that I think is what I want it, how I want it to be. So I think this is a good structure now. I'm kind of happy with this. Like I can think of a narrative reason why, why this invasion, why that invasion. How do we break it up with fetch quests? How do we break it up with looking for 3 missing NPCs? How do we maybe introduce a new driving mechanic to the game? Still not sure if that's happening yet, but I would like to make it happen. I think it should be simple enough. Okay, so let's look at this dialogue then. Because I already asked about the safe house as well tonight, so we'll close that car park off. I shall leave these open because we are using them. How's everyone over at the safe house? Did they manage to get set up over there yet? I'm not sure what's happening over at the safe house, to be honest with you. Perhaps you should go over there yourself and check up on them. Perhaps I should. Right, and that will probably do for that, I think. Because, like I say, we're probably getting sick of speaking to Mika at this point. But we won't speak to her again till the end of the game now, I think. So that should be fine, I think. And then the next objective after that can be a trigger objective, go to the safe house. Okay, so we've added quite a lot there. And I think this should be the safe house. Yeah. I also need to like block out. So check up on BFF. We have an icon thing here where if I set it to none, I can actually give it a... I can actually use a player icon for the objective, so we know it's player number, like character number 10. Right, I'm not sure what I'm positioning or where I'm positioning things just yet. I'll take these off for now, I think. And we need an icon to head over to the safe house. That looks cool. Okay, head on over to the safe house, give that its icon. Right, we changed a lot, so I think I'm going to start a new game. Yeah, we added quite a lot there, actually. Got the graveyard. Still need to block that off properly. I do feel like there might be too many freaking zombies there. 60 something zombies. I also haven't actually finished the zombies yet. So they can't actually grab you yet. They've got an animation for grabbing you, but nothing happens yet. And I'm just going to make it so that it's one of those mechanics where you mash to break free. So it's more frustration thing than anything else, right? So it's just frustrating if you get grabbed by a zombie. Like, you don't lose health. I don't want health. The player can't die. The player can't fail, really. But I need to have some stakes, because like right now it just doesn't really feel much like a game. It's like, it feels kind of meaningless throwing these snowballs at zombies, other than making that counter go down, which it's fine. It's not supposed to be Call of Duty or anything, but yeah, I think the way to the right thing to do here is make it so that the zombie can grab you, and it's just frustrating when they do, because it like slows down your progression, which should be enough of an incentive for you to actually, you know, try not to let them get too close. I'm happy to keep these as because I've got to do a lot of testing, right? So this is another tip I would offer is my tip would be don't try to tune difficulty early on, because difficulty can be tuned later. Because if you have to play through your own game like 6,000 times, which you obviously will, you don't want it to be hard. Not even remotely hard. You want it to be as easy as possible, because you're just trying to make sure that you can get from A to B to C to D to E, which is what I'm doing now, right? So like I can make it more frustrating and more challenging and, you know, more tedious and whatever else at the very end. And then the most efficient way to do that is to do that last, because then that's the last thing you're testing, right? If you do it first, then every time you've got to finish your own game and complete your own game, you just making it unnecessarily grindy and stressful for yourself, and you will get so sick to death of it. And also you kind of, another problem with that as well is I think you get too good at it, right? Because like you learn. So what you'll find is if you tune difficulty first, you'll learn what the little tricks are to sort of make it easier, right? Because you play it that many times that you'll find some like cheese strat where you know exactly where to stand, exactly when to shoot, exactly where to be, and you just get really good at the game. And then that also makes it harder for you to judge how difficult it is, because to you it feels like the easiest game in the world because you've played it 6,000 times. But to a new player, they're like, ah, my God, this is way too hard, and they can't do it, right? Because they're not you, they haven't played the game 6,000 times, right? Nor should you expect them to. Oh shit, I left that at 30 something seconds. But as you can see, they're now stood up, right? So, okay, apart from the fact that I left that at 30 something seconds. I'm facing backwards. Fucking hell. Okay, let me just make some notes. Okay, so issues. "33 seconds on establishing supermarket shop." Change it back to 3. Player facing backwards in supermarket cutscenes. Because I guarantee, because I used it as a template. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I said I needed to turn it right 90 degrees. I guess I was wrong. It must have been left 90 degrees. Anyway, whatever. It's like it's 180 degrees. Player facing backwards in supermarket cutscenes. Okay, we can rotate. It's fine. Just keep the hot dog going for me, okay, bud? Yeah, now we're facing the wrong way. It's fine. Okay, so we've got 35 zombies remaining. Ah! See, yeah, this would actually get a... See, this would actually get a little bit trickier now. They are actually... Oh, shit. See, it's definitely... Once you turn those dials up, you can see how easy it is to tune difficulty, right? Once you turn those dials up... I just wiped like 6 out with one snowball, though. Yeah, also, that shouldn't really happen. If I hit... Yeah, I think I might want to change that. Like, once a snowball hits a zombie, I don't think it should be good to kill 6 more zombies behind it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, this is just a silly little game anyway. It's not like... But, yeah, really. I think I should be, like, destroying the snowball once it hits a zombie. I'm thinking of adding a shattering effect to it as well, actually. Right, so there's 15 zombies remaining. Yeah, this one's much more interesting than the graveyard just because, like, the level design is more interesting. And the layout and everything. And that just makes it more interesting. So there's still 10 zombies remaining. And I happen to know that they're out the back here. Shit, how do I even get them? I mean, I can get to them right now because I can actually walk through fences because I haven't added clipping to most of this yet. But I need to figure out how that's actually going to work. Is there actually a way into there? If not, I'm going to have to make one. Yeah, I guess you could get in this way, but once I fence that off, the only way is going to be in there. But also, that's going to make for a new problem. Well, when I put clipping on the fence, the zombies won't be able to walk through the fence either. They'll clip against it. So this won't be able to happen. See, I would have got grabbed there. So I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Again, it's gonna be easy because like technically you won't be able to fail. But it could get frustrating if you keep getting grabbed. That's like the idea. So if you're really, really bad at the game, like you'll find it very stressful. Are you okay, Matara? Yeah, so this is where I wasn't sure about the shot, right? I think once my fucking character's facing the right way, it might not be too bad. I do wonder if these two are stood too close to each other, though. Which one's Matara? I think Fruit. So if I move whichever one Fruit's at, or Apricot, whatever her name is, let me have a look. Okay, she's actually on the last one. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to move that one's position marker D, I think. Yeah, D. So I want to move D right slightly. Move NPC marker D right slightly at supermarket. Good enough. Okay. They're all gone now, guys. You should be safe. Thanks so much, Hadaka. That was a close one. Thought I was going to be a zombie snack there for a moment. Nah, they're kind of slow and dumb. Can't believe you guys are so scared of them, to be honest. One swift snowball to the head and they go down real easy. Yes, I suppose that's true. It's just that there's so many of them, though. It's like when you see a wasp, it's no big deal, but a swarm of wasps is something else entirely. Sure, I can understand that, I suppose. Did you manage to get Miku her cigarettes? There were no cartons left at all. I wonder if the zombies smoked them. Can you let her know we're going to head over to the safe house before more of these ghastly fiends show up? Sure thing, Matara. I'm about to head over there now. Okay. Report back to Miku. Okay, we'll keep going, but there's definitely things I need to fix there. Yes, this is coming along. This feels pretty good, actually. It's like it's pretty substantial. Yeah, also, like, I might want to start moving some of these other NPCs away as well, because, you know, everybody's supposed to be over at the safe house, but, like, clearly nearly everybody's over here. -4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Really, it's at this point, it's only supposed to be Miku who's still here. So yeah, at this, okay, so let me make a note of that, actually. So on report back to Miku, teleport all remaining NPCs to safe house. Okay. Did you get my cigarettes, Hadaka? I'm gasping here. Nope, Matara said there were no cartons left. Zombies must have smoked them all. We're all fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. There were no cartons at all. What about tobacco pouches? Were those all empty too? Looks like you're quitting cold turkey today, Miku. How's everyone doing over at the safe house? Did they manage to get set up over there okay? I guess I'm back to vaping then. No way I'm going cold turkey in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. I'm not sure what's happening over at the safe house, to be honest with you. Perhaps you should go over there yourself and check up on them. Perhaps I should. She's such a bitch. I made her such a bitch. I just think it's funny. Okay, so we've got plenty of things to fix there, right? So let's take a look at our list of things we need to fix. So 33 seconds on establishing shot. Yeah, I forgot to change it. So if we go to our dialogues, that's not it. That's my dialogue delivery system. Dialogue. Yeah, so, okay, so, yeah, in position sets. Oh, hang on a minute. Right, I set it to 30 seconds. It should be 3 seconds. There we go, 3 seconds. Okay, so that fixes that. Player facing backwards in supermarket cutscenes. Okay, so my player position and rescue position needs rotating 180 degrees. Okay. And I did a thing where, yeah, I did a thing where the blue arrow should show which way it's facing, but I don't think that's reliable because, okay, if I just control and Z a second. Okay, yeah, no, it does actually point that way. Okay, so I need to check that blue arrow then. The blue arrow does actually show you which way it's facing actually. Okay, so that's good to know. You think I would know that by now, wouldn't you? 12 years of Unity and I only just figured that out. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about that. Okay. So similarly, the supermarket player rescue position is also going to be facing the wrong way. We can check with the arrow. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I need to check that blue arrow then, so I don't keep making the same mistake like an idiot. Okay, so that should fix that specific issue. Move NPC marker D right slightly so that when the camera's behind them, we can see through them a little bit better. And it frames the player character a little bit better. Okay, that's that done. And report Miku 2. We need to teleport all remaining NPCs over to the safe house. Okay, so we did... Was it 3 or 4? A, B, C, D. We did 4, didn't we? So including our best friend who's 10, we did 10, 9, 8, and 7. So I need to do 1 to 6, I guess. Okay. I try not to kick my fucking camera over. Okay. Okay. I need... It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Does this place have a side that's like a clear entrance? Okay, I think I need to like investigate this a little bit better. You know what as well? I might just get rid of this supermarket because it says supermarket, but it's tiny. And we need to have a zombie invasion, right? There's also this like mini power plant thing, but it's so small it's ridiculous. So I might just get rid of both of these actually. Because if this is the safe house, I need some space to put NPCs around it and some space for dialogue cutscenes and some space for a zombie invasion eventually. Whereas right now there just isn't much space unless I want to go and kit out the inside of this place. I don't particularly want to do that. I could just move some of these things. I mean, if you look at this, right, this looks kind of power plant-y, right? So here's what we'll do. Yeah, this says it's factory. Okay. So since we've got the power plant here anyway, I think it would make more sense to have the factory over here. So it looks like sort of part of the power plant. I specifically set this power plant up, as you can see, so that it has like 3 separate lanes, because that way I can make it's just a little bit more of a pain in the ass for the player because they have to go There'll be zombies in each section, you know what I mean? Oh, even better, 3-part puzzle, right? I said I was going to make it. Yeah, let's make it so that... Oh, that's a really good idea, actually. I might make it so that there's like a mechanic where you have to interact with all 3 power switches. So each one has like a power switch or whatever that you have to interact with. So it's like clear out zombies, activate power switch. Clear out zombies, activate power switch. Clear out zombies, activate power switch. Yeah, I'll probably do that actually. This sounds pretty good. Right. We got a truck, we got some barrels, and we've got a funnel. And there's like a leftover window from the factory, I guess. God damn it. Can I not just grab all the remaining things from here? What's that? What is that? Okay, that's that. We don't actually want that. Dumpster. Okay, we've got oil barrels. That base is the window, I think. Yeah. Storage? Why aren't things together? This is so frustrating. So the oil barrels obviously want to move. And that base, I think, is the window. Is Fontana this funnel thing? I'm guessing. Nope. I don't know what that is. Alright, whatever. Let's just grab this. Why aren't the oil barrels moving? Oh, they're different oil barrels. Look, they're like red ones. They're somewhere else. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why things aren't together. I guess that's like a door to the factory or something. Yep. Okay. Where are these freaking barrels? None of this stuff's together, is it? The problem with the rect transform, right, is where it doesn't even fucking grab them. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Right, that's the oil barrel. Are all of these oil barrels those oil barrels? Yes. Wonderful. I might want to give this some ground though. Where was that window that I moved? I should make the window a child of the factory so that when I move the factory, the window comes with it. I can't remember where it is now though. God damn it, this is so frustrating. Right. That is the factory door. Let's rename it to factory door. Right, where's the fucking factory at? The factory's there. So where's the factory door? 6,000 million miles away from it. There it is. Oh god, so annoying. Why is it so far away? Right there. It's now... Ugh. Oh, shut up! Oh, you're so annoying. There was no reason for it to be a fucking prefab in the first place. Fucking make me do it again. Why don't you? Right, the factory and the door are now together. So if I want to move that, I can. Probably like stick it there or something. And there's a funnel and a truck. The funnel is called Semineria or some fucking thing. Okay. We could duplicate that, put a few more in if we wanted. I feel like the funnel would be better like on that side. There. I will put the truck there. And I guess we'll make like another plane of concrete there as well. I can't believe how awkward this is to work with. Okay, so we'll put this truck here as well. And then we'll create a plane I'll never understand why there isn't a 3D option in here. Why is... I never understand that about Unity. Why is 3D object not on this menu? It's so weird. The only way to get to it, it's so weird. I have to like right context click on some parent or something. So if I right context click on city, I can get to it here, but I'll never understand why it's not in the fucking component menu or whatever the hell it is. It's so weird. Whatever. It's just because all the other options are there except for 3D object. I don't really know why. It's so weird. It's probably somewhere else. But like, where the hell is it? Shouldn't it be with all the other things? I don't know. I give up. Give up trying to figure Unity out. Okay, so I made like a road texture. There we go. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I also wanted to make the thing that where I block it off from the snowball. Yeah, there it is. That needs to block off a little bit better. Let's make it a little bit wider. There. Push it that way a little bit. Okay, so now our factory is over there and it all looks like part of the power plant, which I think is better. And we created some space in front of the safe house where we can put NPCs and we can have like a little zombie invasion. I was going to move the supermarket, but I think because it's so tight round here, if you had to deal with both sides of this like you did the supermarket, I think it would just feel weird. So I think I'll leave that one there, actually. The little mini mart. It's fine, I guess. But now we've got some space to actually put NPCs and stuff. Right, so this is what I basically wanted to do. This is why I cleared this out. So I need to make some cubes as position markers. And again, like we just learned, the only way to get to that... It's not under game object. Okay, it's under game object. 3D object. Where was I looking? I swear that wasn't there before. I don't know. I'm going out of my mind. Right, whatever. So we'll make a cube. Position markers. For now, we'll just like line them up. How many have we got to do? So I need to do 6, 1 to 6, or 0, 1. 0 will be 1 as well, right? So it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's actually 7. So I've got 7 NPCs to put here. I mean, I suppose I don't have to put them all outside the safe house. I could actually put some of them in the safe house, to be honest. That's not a bad idea, actually. I don't know if you'll see them in there. Right, let me just test something actually. So I need to rebake occlusion real quick because I moved some stuff. So I watched this weird YouTube video. I don't know if I believe it though. This YouTube video was like the entire history of Genshin Impact, and some of the stuff it said was inaccurate. So I don't know if I believe this other thing that it said. Yeah, it made it sound like Asuka collab in Honkai Impact Third. It got like the order of things completely wrong. It named games that came out in the wrong order. It pronounced lots of words wrong. Like lots of words wrong. It made out like the Asuka collab was before Genshin Impact came out, but it wasn't. Yeah, so it got lots of things wrong, so I don't know how true this is. But this like mini like YouTube documentary type video that was talking about the history of MiHoYo and stuff said that the name comes from MiHoYo. It started out that it incorporated some of the letters from the surnames of the founders, which is fine, that makes sense. That's like the BGs, right? But then they added, these were the weird parts, right? They added the O's because they noticed that a lot of tech companies have a lot of letter O's, like Microsoft and Google. That's a weird reason to name something, but okay, maybe it's true. So the reason it's two O's is because a lot of other tech companies have two O's in the name. That's such a fucking weird reason to name something something. And then when they tried to register Hoyo, and Hoyo was already taken, they added me in front of it because they all liked Hatsune and Miku. So then it became MiHoYo. And I'm like, that can't be true. Like, there's no way that's true, right? Is that actually true? Because that's kind of fucking ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I like Miku too, but I'm not going to fucking name. Play me compile. Me play compile. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just fucking weird. Do you know what I mean? It could be true, but I don't know. Because it got a lot of other things wrong. So maybe it's bullshit. But I thought it was a weird reason, nevertheless. Okay, I'm just going to go and... I just want to check this building out real quick in-game. Okay, where did the other NPCs disappear to? I wonder. Okay, whatever. Right, where's this big safe house at? There it is. Oh, that looks so much better. Yeah, now we can actually do stuff out here. Because it was too cramped before. And now the factory's over there. Yeah, I think that looks better. Like it's sort of like expands the factory out to the graveyard now. So I think that looks a lot better. Oh, we should make it so we can knock these barrels over. Well, if I get time. If I get time. I could, I guess. Yeah, I think that building's floating a little bit, but other than that, I think that's much better actually. Why can't I jump? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, something's stopping me from jumping around here. That's weird. Okay, that is weird. Because early in the game, did I put any clipping on here? No, I haven't put any clipping hardly anywhere in the game yet, because that'll come last. Yeah, I don't know if this looks good on the web though. Like, I actually double-sided rendered this because I thought we could actually put something inside this building because it actually looks pretty good inside as well. And it does, I guess, if this is the safe house. I could even build stairs and ramps so that it goes up, possibly. I don't know, though. And then this could be like the door. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually. And then this could be like the door that you board up. When we get told we need to board the place up, this could be like the bit that gets boarded up. But yeah, a couple of things I wanted to check was, do we want to make it so that we go inside this building at all? It's fine if people go inside the building, but I don't think I'm gonna incorporate gameplay inside of it. Because like this building doesn't make any sense anyway, right? Because it's like there's 6 billion windows in it, and it's just empty. There isn't even floors on it. So unless I want to like fucking model the shit out of the inside, which I don't particularly want to do. But I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, also like there's no like this build there's a million reasons why this building doesn't make sense, right? But first of all, like there's a million windows and there's no floors. I didn't model this. This came from like a city asset. So that's the first issue. And then the second issue is what appears to be the door is nothing like a door. It's just like a weird hole. But also that hole is on the wrong side, I think. Like, I feel like the door should be this. So I might rotate the whole building, actually. Yeah, I think I'll rotate the building so the door is facing this way. And I also wondered, can you see people inside the building if we spawn people inside the building? And yeah, you certainly will, especially if we rotate it. Yeah, so I think what I need to do is rotate this building. Is that the whole building? Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. That like you have the door and the windows this side, and then it's like, yeah. I could push it back a bit as well, just so we've got a bit more space to work with. Out here. Yeah, that's fine. That's weird. When I actually lift it up. It was actually sunk. It was actually sank into the ground a little bit as well. Now, okay, the thing is, I need that. There's something else I need to confirm. It's going to take time though, but I do need to know what happens. Right, so I need to rebake occlusion. I hope it doesn't take too long to rebuild. Sometimes it takes ages, like 15-20 minutes. Other times it'll, depending on how much it's got to change, I guess. Other times it could only take like a couple of minutes at most. Okay, that part went really quickly. Okay, so here's the issue. Let me just host my latest build. And we'll go into Chrome. Here we go. So something weird happens. Something weird happens with the double-sided shader since I added the bloom effect. So the places I've used it is in this building. Although it seems fine here, actually. No, yeah, no, it's actually fine. Huh. Something weird happened at the town hall, though. Unless it was the other way around. There was something weird that happened that broke the double-sided shader. Yeah, that's fixed now, though. We can see it there. Okay, so I fixed that problem already. Yeah, there was something weird happening because the way this church has been modeled as well, it's some of the faces aren't facing the right way. So I had to use a double-sided shader to complete the rendering of the church. It was kind of weird. And then obviously on the inside of that building, I needed a double-sided shader so that I could see inside, like inside the building. I had to do it to all of these buildings actually. Yeah, no, okay, double-sided shading is working great actually with the bloom. Interesting. Okay, so I guess it's fine then. I guess I fixed that problem. So that's good. This game is fucking huge. It's ridiculous. Can you believe this is all running inside? Like, it's crazy that this is all running inside a web browser, isn't it? I think it is. It's actually insane. Okay, so that answers my question. It's fine then. It's fine. But we're stuck building now. It's fine. Looks like it's not going to take long. Okay, we're making good progress today. 3 hours, 20 minutes. I've done a lot. I am nowhere near done though. I still don't have any auto target for mobile either. I don't even know if it's still going to run on mobile, to be completely honest. Because mobile was struggling. Like mobile was struggling with memory. I guess what I need to do is I need to grab this latest build. I need to push it to GitHub. And then I need to do some testing on Android. Oh, Android is such a pain in the ass. Okay, so we've got a position marker here. I said I needed, what was it, 7? 0 to 6 is 7, so I need 7 position markers. So what was going to happen next? We go over to check on them at the safe house, and they are being invaded by zombies. Now actually this is the thing, right? I actually need to put every single NPC over here, aside from Miku. Because the 4 that were over, so these were the 4 that were over by the supermarket, but they said, right, that they were going to go over to the safe house. Right, I did that on purpose because I basically wanted everybody over at the safe house. But that means I've got to get all 11 NPCs over here for this next section. That's not a good sign. Does Firefox not like it? Nah, it's fine, I think. Yeah, it's fine. Thank God. I need to change the title. It's not even called that anymore. Yeah, the problem is I'm not entirely sure what I want to call it. I think I want to call it... Where was it? A snowball's chance. I do like that, I think. A snowball's chance. I should also, if I'm calling it that, I should incorporate that into the dialogue as well, right? There's a few places where, you know, I can have like NPCs saying, "Oh my God, we won't stand a snowball's chance." out there. Oh god, my legs. I should just chop these legs off. I don't use them. Oh, I need to do this. I don't have time to deal with your legs, okay? I know you want to do leg things. I know you want to do leg-like things, but I need to sit here and code. You don't understand. My legs are like, yeah, but I can't help you code. It's your arms and your hands get all the action, and I don't get any. Deal with it. Stupid legs. Got a bit of headache. Must keep going. You know, I do need to do that. I need to make a little drink. Why can't they just put a tab on here? So I don't have to like fucking samurai fucking shampoo my fucking SodaStream fucking flavors. I'm bound to fucking slice my fucking hand off one of these days doing this. It should be illegal not to put fucking like easy peel tabs on plastic wraps. It should be against the law to not put them on. Like, what are we doing? Right, let's get on with it then. So we've got a marker here that says position safe house, right? And we need 11 positions. Because every freaking NPC needs to be over here, basically. Okay. So I've got 12 because I'll need one as the player for like cutscenes and stuff. So this one I'll just kind of put it here for now. And then the rest of them need like kind of spacing out. There needs to be some NPC who we like deal with. The other issue is, though, obviously when you've just got a bunch of numbers like this, it's easy just to pick the same numbers. You either pick from the top of the list or you pick from the bottom of the list. The problem with that is whichever NPCs get shuffled into the middle of the list literally get no screen time, right? So maybe I'll make this one NPC 6. So if I take 1 to 5 and I push them into the building, and I take 7 to 11 and I push them into the building. Okay. Yep, they're all lined up like idiots, but you know. All right. It should be fine, I think. So now, when Miku when we bring up the reports to Miku objective, and I've got all these position objects here, I need 11 of these fuckers now. There's one there for Mayor Miku, and then I need 11 more. Jesus. So 10, 9, 8, 7. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And now each one of these needs a unique position or joy. So let's just go through and assign. These are actually in reverse, but it doesn't really matter. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we don't want this one because this one's going to be for the player, and we don't want to teleport the player here when they're talking to Miku because that would just fuck things up. But we are going to teleport every single NPC. And the important thing to remember is that position 6 is the NPC that I'm going to be talking to outside of the building. So if I find out who's assigned to player position 6, it is NPC number 5. So I was going to make a quick note of that. Okay. Okay, NPC 5 is at front of safe house. I haven't actually saved this file. I don't know if I should. Okay, so that should teleport everybody out there. I don't know whether to do, like, again, it's like I was saying though, like, I kind of want to do zombie grab mechanics just to, because it's nice to break things up for myself, right? I'm kind of sick of doing this kind of thing. And it would give me something a little bit different to do. I also kind of need to break things up for myself creatively, but also I might regret it because although I can always tweak the numbers, like once I add that, it makes it harder to test the game, right? Because then once the zombies start actually grabbing me and causing me frustration, it could be frustrating to test the game. Right. So we're probably going to want some zombies here. I think I remember as well, yeah, I made it so that the objective sent me here, right? But I think the objective... Well, this is where things get tricky, right? Where am I coming from? The town hall. Yeah, it's not likely that I'm gonna go this way. This is the other thing, it's like trying to control where the play comes from. So in my mind's eye, I guess, in my mind's eye, the way I want to see this play out is the player comes up to the building, right? Because we need zombies here, right? So I need, like, I'm thinking about this like spatially, and spatially I want the player to enter. So we've even put a position marker here for the player for like a little mini cutscene, right? So I really kind of need the player to come to the front of this building from like over here. The problem is the player's going to be coming from over here, right? And there's no logical reason why the player's just going to go here, here, and here, right? That's probably what the player will do. There's no reason for the player to go all the way over here. Now, I could be sneaky. We could give the player a reason, right? Because, like, it's just hard. If the player comes this way, like, where do I trigger the cutscene? And how do we handle it so that the players... Because the other thing that's going to happen, right, is the zombies are going to start heading towards the player once the player gets at a certain distance. And if they're all here, then they're all going to start heading over diagonally this way. And it's almost like they're leaving my intended play area, right? And they could also be clipping through the building. And then also it kind of spoils the story because, like, it's like the zombies are getting in the building, which is exactly what we're trying to stop them from doing. Whereas if I come at them this way, the zombies are going to start moving away from the building, right? So it just works better, right? Because, like, then I don't have to worry about them clipping through the building. I don't have to worry about them leaving the play area as much. And I don't have to worry about, like, them spoiling the story by entering the building or whatever, right? But if we go, if the player's coming here and then the zombies are heading towards the player this way, they're likely to clip through the building. They're likely to enter the building. They're likely to... It's just an awkward area to deal with them as well in this street, and it's like, whereas this is, so really the direction of play needs to come this way. The flow of the play needs to come this way, trigger a cutscene at the very start, and then the zombies are heading towards him, getting further away from the building, more into the play area, and then the player kind of has plenty of room to deal with the zombies around here. I just think it makes a better experience. So now I have a problem as a developer where I'm like, okay, how can I make sure that the player doesn't come this way to the building? Well, then the answer is obviously I need to give the player something to do that's like way over here, basically. So I'm looking at this. And an idea that I had is I might, because there's an ice cream van here as well, right? So it could just be something as simple as the player says to himself, or herself, because most of the characters are female. The player says to herself, oh, you know, I'm craving an ice cream or something like that, right? Like I really want to go get an ice cream before I head on over to the safe house. Of course, we could make it so that like Miku says, "Oh, will you do me a favor and get me an ice cream?" But then you've got to get the ice cream back to Miku, so then you're back where you started, right? So I'm thinking in order to direct the flow of the player, I need to make the player go to the ice cream van and get an ice cream. Okay, another thing that, okay, it doesn't make much sense though, does it? But this might make more sense. This might make more sense. We teleport 11 NPCs over at this building. What if we teleport 10? And what if one of the NPCs is still at work in the ice cream van? So I could just write it into the dialogue now where Miku says, oh, by the way, nobody's seen... So we can't use NPC 5 because NPC 5 is in front of the safe house. I don't want to use best friend, which is 10, because they've had enough screen time as it is. So I can pick any number between like 0 and any of the other numbers, right? Whatever, we'll say NPC 6. Right, there you go, I just solved the problem. So Miku can say NPC number 6 is missing, nobody's seen them. We think they might still be in their ice cream van selling ice creams, right? One thing I do need to check though is make sure that NPC 6 isn't the hot dog vendor at the start of the game, because how can they be a hot dog vendor and an ice cream salesman at the same time? I'm just trying to think, where was this set up? Eat hot dogs. Player van. Position. Snack van. Okay, I set opponent 1. I set opponent 1 as the hot dog salesman. Okay. I should probably start noting this down actually. Opponent 1 sells hot dogs. Hot sogs. Opponent. They're not even opponents anymore. Opponent 6 sells ice cream. Yeah, okay, so opponent 6 should be fine. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because then that, like, you know, oh, I just so happen to feel like eating an ice cream right now. It's just so random and weird, right? And yeah, it's a way we can get the player to come over here before they then go and deal with the zombies over here, right? And we could spawn the zombies like as they buy the ice cream. But if it feels too forced and weird, you know what I mean, it's then I just think it just feels too forced and weird. Seems too random. But this makes more sense if like, oh, you know, now you're saving somebody who's late to the party or whatever. So what we can do then is if we go and get, let's find out who's NPC 6 in our big list of a million different spawning things. So opponent 6 is safe house position 5. The thing is, after we rescue them, I do want this NPC to take that slot. So I don't want to get rid of this position marker. So instead, I'll just create a new position marker. And we'll call it position ice cream van. Blue arrow. Alright, and then we'll stick them in the ice cream van. We can tweak that later. Also, I just noticed these things have like box colliders on them. They really do not want to have box colliders on them. Shit. The interactables have to have box colliders on them because that's how they work. Okay. So when I start this report to Miku, I need to make sure opponent 6 doesn't get set to the safe house position 5 just yet. They will eventually. I need to remember that that's safe house position 5. Instead, they get set to the ice cream van position at the start of this quest. Right, now we need to edit the dialogue. Is the opponent shortcut in capitals? Yeah. I do know that nobody has seen opponent 6, we said, didn't we? Yeah. I do know that nobody has seen opponent 6 since all this blew over. Yeah, see, it's still not really adding up or making sense, right? Unless I go back and change some things. Well, I suppose the comedy at the moment is that Miku's like the world's biggest bitch, right? So we could make it, because the problem with, okay, opponent 6 has no idea there's a zombie apocalypse taking place and they're still in their van selling ice cream. Well, we already teleported everybody at the town square during the meeting when she announced the zombie apocalypse, so that doesn't really make sense. And I can't really be bothered to go back and change that, and, you know. I could, but I could also just make it so that, to add to the comedy of Miku being a bitch, Miku just says, you know, oh, I sent them over to buy me ice cream, or something like that. Like I sent him over a while ago to get some ice cream, and they haven't come back. So then the next objective is go and find so and so at the ice cream van. So then you have a little mini cutscene with them. And again, all of this really is just to direct the player over here so that they come at the building for the zombie invasion this way. So it's really, this is just a little tool that I'm using to direct the player. But I still want it to kind of make sense, right? And I want it to feel like it fits and belongs. Okay, I do know that nobody has seen opponent 6 since all this blew over. I sent them to get me an ice cream earlier. And they never came back. It's such a shame too, because I really am craving butterscotch right now, and it would help with my cigarette cravings. It's kind of funny. I love butterscotch. Okay. Who elected you? How on earth did you ever become the town mayor? I'll go over to the ice cream van and make sure they're okay. Then I'll head on over to the safe house. Try not to worry too much, Migo. Don't forget my butterscotch. Okay, and so now instead, we say go to the ice cream van. So we can direct the player there first. I always trigger a little cutscene. And then we know that the player's over here then, so they've got to come this way. So that works out good. Find opponent 6. We can just use we'll just use their icon. Character 6 icon. At the ice cream van. And then on trigger enter, we need to make a dialogue at the ice cream van. So let's let's just copy the hot dog van one because it's kind of similar, right? Rescue ice cream man, I guess. So on trigger, rescue ice cream man. Ah, shit, yeah, I forgot about this. So when I when I first set this up, I actually made the camera as a child object. And then I realized, wait, I don't need a child object. I can just put the component on it. Doesn't really matter. It works either way. Really doesn't matter. Right. So is this gonna, am I gonna, who speaks first, me or the ice cream person? And I guess we could put a couple of zombies. Hola, Tommy. I guess I could just put like 3 zombies in front of the ice cream van or whatever. I'm just trying to think like how I could maybe set this up, because like the way I'd rather the game flawed. It's like you're like I can picture it in my head, right? What I would kind of want to happen. It's like as you're heading towards the ice cream van, just before you get close enough to the zombies, for the zombies to start chasing you. There's a way I should have set this up actually. I'm wondering if I should do it. Because I noticed this earlier at the supermarket was like this is why I made it so that the zombies can be activated at a certain point. Now it worked. Here's why this is a bit of an issue. So it worked at the supermarket, right? Because the supermarket's massive and we've got a ton of space, and the zombies were like further away from the player, right? So the player's out of range of the zombies when we wanted to trigger the cutscene. The problem with the ice cream van is it's a very small area, right? So at most we'll have like 3 zombies or something. And they're going to need to be, and for it to make sense that he's trapped in the ice cream van, the zombies need to be close to the ice cream van. So the problem is, do you see the problem, right? If I activate the zombies as you enter the trigger, it's going to interrupt the flow of gameplay, right? We can't have zombies coming after you. I suppose no. Okay, there is a way to get this to work. If the zombies are facing, the reason this is awkward, right, is the way the zombies work once they're activated is they work on play distance. So as soon as you get close enough to them, they're just going to start chasing after you. But then that's why I made it so that they can be deactivated to make sure that doesn't happen. So yeah, this could work fine. I think the reason it'll work is because I'll just face the zombies towards the ice cream van, right? And they're supposed to be dumb anyway, right? So what I'm trying to avoid is the player thinking, you know, oh wow, I can walk right up to the zombies and they don't even notice me. Hello, Pika. But that makes sense if the zombies are facing the ice cream van anyway. So I'll just start them as being inactive, have them face towards the ice cream van. Then we can have the player come close enough to the trigger point and then after the cutscene ends, same as at the supermarket, then we'll activate the zombies, and the zombies can kind of then like suddenly become aware of you, right? And then they suddenly come after you. Yeah. So I think because my issue was, well, why don't the zombies see you or come after you? That's going to feel weird. It felt like no matter how I try to solve this problem, it's going to feel weird, or it's going to seem strange, or it's going to cause an inconsistency. But I guess if the zombies are facing the NPC anywhere, right, then it would make sense that they wouldn't notice you at first, right? So I think it will be fine. Okay, let me just think about this. So I didn't activate on disable last time. So that means at the end of Miku's dialogue, don't forget my butterscotch. This is where we would do a disable and activate on disable, right? Activate on disable. So we can do an activate on disable, and we need a zombie route at the ice cream van. There isn't really a specific area for an ice cream van, because it's not like a specific area this time. But if we find the object in question, which is that, there, I'll just call it ice cream van in block capitals, and then I'll create a zombie route here. Okay, so there's a zombies route there. So then if I go back to, it's kind of hard to find though. Okay, there it is. So we'll activate this zombies on disable. So then we can go to our prefabs. Okay, and that's like, okay, because we put it at the ice cream van, yeah, this is why I did it actually. This was a good idea. Because now we've got like an approximate position of where like the ice cream van is. So that's quite good. Okay, so now I want to grab my prefab of a zombie. And he is... What the fuck? He's all kinds of fucked up. And what the fuck he's doing up there? Wow, this is a bit of a mess. Which axis is that? It appears to be the x-axis, so we want the x-axis at 90. We want this axis at whatever that is. And this needs to be a lot bigger. I don't know why he shrank. That's kind of weird. Okay, yeah. So now like we could get quite close to the zombies, right? And if the zombies are like looking at him because they're trying to eat him or whatever, right? Then it makes sense that why they wouldn't notice us until we get really, really close to them. So we'll have like just 3 or something. Okay. So we know those zombies are going to activate when Miku finishes her last line. They need to be inactive as this next objective basically enables them. So the next objective, which is go to ice cream van, needs a zombie tracker. The problem with zombie tracker is zombie tracker actually comes up and shows the remaining zombies before we even learn that there are zombies there. So this is like a chicken and an egg situation. So, I mean, they're not going to do anything anywhere. I should actually make it so that the trigger... So what does the trigger do? So this is the trigger. And the trigger needs to activate Rescue Ice Cream Man. So this is going to be the dialogue scene. So I think we should be able to put a zombie tracker on the dialogue scene. This might work better, actually. If I put a zombie tracker on the dialogue scene and then set that zombie route to... There it is. The ice cream van. Shit. Okay, there it is. Text remain. Right, then that'll find the 3 zombies, and then that will come up how many zombies are remaining as the dialogue thing comes up. I think that should be fine, actually. That should be a lot better, I think. So then what we can do is... We still have an issue, though. The issue is that the zombies... Wait, is this activating them? This activates them as well, though, doesn't it? Ah, see, this. See, I knew there was an issue with this. I knew there was a problem with the flow of this. Okay, the problem... Ah, you motherfucker. Wait, no, we activated the zombies. We activate the zombies. We activate the zombies at the end of Miku's dialogue. So you will visually see the zombies as you approach the van, which is good because that's what we want. The bad thing is we don't have a way of making those zombies inactive until we hit the trigger. By the time we hit the trigger, we could be within range of the zombies. That's the problem. So we now need a way to activate the zombies and have them disabled by default. Although, we can do that in the inspector, right? Because they're just not active. Yeah, so we can just make them inactive. So if I make them inactive in the inspector, they'll be inactive at basically awake when they're enabled. Now the zombie tracker only gets hold of them as we enter the trigger, and we'll tell the zombie tracker to make them not auto-activate. So then they'll remain disabled. Then we can send the signal to activate them at the end of that cutscene. Yeah. So I think that should work. Be funny if I had zombies and elves in my Winter Games project too. Yeah, it's not Winter Games anymore, and Yeah, I hate elves. I would never have elves. No, I would never make a game with elves. I hate elves. Well, I still play Project Mugen, even though... Why would I not play a game? Because it changed its name? That's a stupid question. So if Grand Theft Auto changed its name to Steal a Car, do you think everybody would stop playing Grand Theft Auto just because it's not called Grand Theft Auto anymore? Some idiots probably would, but that ain't me. Like, it's just a name. Who cares? I do think Project Mugen sounded better, though. But why would I decide not to play it just because I don't like the new name as much? It's just stupid. Stupid assumption. Right. Right, let me get my head around this. I've got a fucking headache right now, which is making this even harder. Right, so here's our first camera, which is over by the hot dog van. So the first one that should speak, I think, is the ice cream van. I don't think this is the right one. Oh yeah, no it is. It just has the names from the other one. Okay. So I want to start with the ice cream van guy this time. Right, I think that should be okay. And also, I had it down as opponent 1 sells hot dogs, but it says opponent 0 here. But somewhere else it said opponent 1, so I don't understand why there was a discrepancy there, because I'm not sure where it said opponent 1. But here it's actually set up as opponent 0. Anyway, this time it wants to be opponent 6. Help! They're trying to eat all my ice cream. Tell them to go away. So we're gonna need a player position thing again. Oh, this is so awkward. It's hard to tell. I need to turn the zombies on so I can see where they are. Shit. Okay, there it is. I'm gonna have to be very, very accurate with where I put this then. So my character's going to have to be directly in that line of sight. That's probably a safer camera angle because if we kind of like look over them. That gives me a lot more freedom about where... Am I coming from this direction? Yeah, because there's the safe house, right? So I should be coming down this road here. So the trigger needs to be further this way. And I need a player position ice cream van. Where are my position markers? Position sets here. Position ice cream van. Position ice cream player. Right, so position ice cream van is the actual ice cream salesman's guy. And this is where I'm going to put the player. That should frame them nicely for in between these zombies. Is it within the trigger? Because it need... Well, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Yeah, that doesn't really matter as much. Right, so we need, at the start of this dialogue, a position player. And the position player wants to be position ice cream player. Okay. That should put the player there. Help, they're trying to eat my ice cream. Tell them to go... Okay. It's not your ice cream they wanna eat, opponent 6. Hold on. Let me just take care of these real quick. Where the fuck is the zombies? Okay. Okay. So we enter the trigger. We position the player. The end of Miku's dialogue, we position the NPC. We activate the zombies. The zombies are inactive, should get picked up by the tracker, but we haven't actually put the tracker anywhere yet, I don't think. So we want to get rid of these. Position the players happening there. We don't want to position there. Disable interactable doesn't mean anything. Did we already swap onto the next objective? Yeah, that'll happen automatically. Right. So we activate this dialogue scene. This script will automatically move the next objective along. I need a zombie tracker and to activate the zombies at the end of the cutscene. The zombie tracker needs to happen as soon. Oh, there's my zombie tracker. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Right. Also, okay. So auto start to off. That's pointing to the ice cream van zombies. Good. Okay, so that will track the zombies, but the zombies are not going to be activated until does this happen on disable? I think it does. Yeah, it does. Okay. Activate zombies, zombie tracker, ice cream van zombies. Okay, so that will activate the zombie at the end of that dialogue. So at the end of this cutscene, we've already got our next objective set, and the zombies should become active. And our current objective at this point is nothing. Okay, so we need a kill zombies objective. Kill zombies 2B, whatever. Okay, I guess it's 3. Okay, kill the zombies. Wait. Oh, we put the zombie tracker last time on the kill zombies objective. But doesn't the objective automatically trigger? Yeah, I guess we don't need this. Because we send... So the way we move on to the next objective is we call a public function on the objectives manager. So technically we don't have to move the objective along on the same component that the objective script is on. However, I like to be consistent. So I think I'm going to remove the zombie tracker from here and keep it on this kill zombies one here. So now I need to make sure that that points to the correct route, which it won't. So let's fix that. Okay, that should now point to the correct route. And then once those zombies are killed, we can trigger another cutscene, I guess. So that will move on the objectives. So then our next objective is going to be go to the safe house. So in order to trigger another dialogue sequence from here, I would use an activate on disable script. And then I would need to feed it a second ice cream van dialogue sequence. So we'll give that a number 2. We'll link who's there, wasn't there? Yes. Okay, we'll link that to that. Oh, thank you, player character. Right. I was super worried about my gourmet rum and raisin stash. I had no idea zombies liked ice cream that much. Like I said, opponent 6, it wasn't your rum and raisin they were after. They probably wanted to eat up your brains. Okay, I think it makes sense as well. To make a second ice cream player part 2 and move this position marker a little bit closer to the ice cream van now that we've cleared out the zombies. Yeah, we wouldn't want to stand there. Do we want to stand here now to like talk to our friend? So let's make sure we set that as the position marker. Okay, there it is. Right, so we just said it wasn't your Roman resin they were after. They probably wanted to eat up your brains. And I want to make like some kind of joke like, oh my god, they'd still be hungry. You know, like with my brains, that would barely count as a snack. That's a good one. My brains. Are you sure? That would barely even count as a little snack. Hey, remember, opponent 6, you said that and not me. Okay. Then we can move on next objective. Wait, next objective is automatic? Is it? I don't think it is actually. Where? What objective are we on at this point? Got an ice cream van. Kill zombies. I think kill zombies moves. Yeah, the zombie tracker moves on to the next objective. Yeah, so we should already be on the next objective already. Which should be go to the safe house. Okay, let's make sure all that works. Because that was quite a lot. Hungry brains, zombie Paimon. Good, Paimon's bad enough. Oh shit, I don't think I activated my start. No, I didn't. I need my start back on. Okay. Yeah, I can't. Sorry, Piga. I can't really chat too much because otherwise I'll never get this done. It's pretty intense as well. This one. Okay. Report back to Miku. Not sure why we're on that. But we'll see what happens. Right, everyone's been teleported out of the town square, so that's a good sign. So we could check, actually. Is everybody over at the safe house right now? Where the hell is the safe house? It's over there. I literally came from that direction as well. Everybody should be over here now, right? Yeah, I bet they're all fucking laying down again. They are all laying down again. Great. Okay, so we need to fix that, whatever. Actually, there's only a couple of them here, though. Why aren't they all there? I don't know why they're not all there. That's so bizarre. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Did you get my cigarettes, Haruka? I'm gasping here. No, Matara said there were no cartons left. Zombies must have smoked them all. We're all fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. There were no cartons at all? What about tobacco pouches? Were those all empty too? Looks like you're quitting cold turkey today, Miku. How's everyone doing over at the safe house? Did they manage to get set up over there okay? I guess I'm back to vaping then. No way I'm going cold turkey in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. I'm not sure what's happening over at the safe house, to be honest with you. I do know that nobody has seen Michi since all this blew over. I sent them to get me an ice cream earlier, and they never came back. It's such a shame too, because I really am craving butterscotch right now, and it would help with my cigarette cravings. Who elected you? How on earth did you ever become the town mayor? I'll go over to the ice cream van and make sure they're okay. Then I'll head on over to the safe house. Try not to worry too much, Miku. Don't forget my butterscotch. Okay, why the fuck does it say report back to Miku again? Okay, we seem to be stuck on an objective. Okay, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. So at the end of that dialogue string, which is report Miku supermarket, we need a next objective script. There we go. Okay, that should move that along. All right. Okay, find Michi at the ice cream van. Beautiful. Right, now we're forcing the player to go this way so that I can control the flow of gameplay. So we can make sure that when we go to the thing, here we go. Right, I'm facing the wrong way. Okay, I need to start making notes. Help! Right, bugs. The power I was scared of that. Right, so bugs. Not everyone at safe house. Characters laying down. Player facing wrong way at ice cream van cutscene. Also, this is not the correct camera. This is the camera that's looking at the player. This should be the one that's looking at the NPC. This is not the right camera. Okay, I think I left them on. Okay, I know what's happening. I left them on. Dialogue. Yeah, these should be turned off. Same goes for these. Okay. Killer zombies. Zombies remaining 3. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back now. Okay, so I can't reactivate that cutscene, I guess. I'm gonna need to start the fucking thing again. Also, okay, also the position for that is over at the supermarket. Kill remaining zombies. Okay, so kill zombies 3. Position is over at supermarket. Okay, it needs to be at the ice cream van. Also, what the hell is it doing in the ground? Is the one for 2 in the ground? Yeah. Okay, it shouldn't be. Okay, that should be fine. Can't really tell why that is. As long as it's somewhere near the supermarket. Probably better to put it near the entrance though. Let's put it there. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, I guess I'm starting again. Oh my god. Yeah, she's fine. Whatever. Thank God I added the skip button. Okay, looking good, looking good. Okay, go to the graveyard. Can I not get through here now? We can still go this way. Okay, I need to block that off better. God damn it. Also, I can jump on this thing. So I could just walk over it anywhere. Okay, I really need to do a better job of blocking that off. I might even invisible wall it. I hate invisible walls though. I'll figure something out. Okay, that's not a priority right now. I do want to do it though at some point. This actually takes a while. How did that not kill him? Yeah, the snowballs really do. The snowballs really do mess up though. See, if I wanted to make this a serious zombie fighting game, which I don't really care that much, like I think I would need like a close-up attack that's different from like throwing snowballs, because at close range this sucks. Okay, this really does take a while. Maybe there's too many. I don't think the mechanics are fun enough to milk it this much. At least I've stress tested my system though. Like I know that I can have as many zombies as I want and everything runs fucking great. Which is great. Okay, report back to Migu. Yeah, that does take a while though. I might want to get rid of some of those. Like I think it should have no more than 50 at any given time because it just gets a bit dull. we've got a fucking floating lamppost here. Why is there a floating lamppost? I don't know. Are all the No, not all the lampposts floating. Okay, there's definitely a lamppost floating. Lamppost floating near graveyard. Is that one floating? Yeah. Huh. Why? That's so weird. Okay, I should make a note of it. Did I fix that? I never fixed that, did I? Play facing the wrong way, ice cream van cutscene. No, because I noticed that the camera was wrong anyway, and then I realized why. But I still need to fix that. Okay, let's do this now. Before I forget. Lampposts near graveyard. Oh, this fucking thing as well. I can't believe you can just jump over it. I mean, you can... There's not much point in putting this here because it looks ugly and it looks stupid. It doesn't really make sense. I might want to make an invisible wall. I know I don't really like invisible walls. But for this little web game, I think it's fine. But yeah, I don't know if there's much point anywhere because, like, unless I go and add colliders on every single car, which I really should do at some point, but I just, oh my god, it's going to take so long. I could also test the performance on... Let's make that an invisible wall for now. I agree, it kind of sucks, but stops the player from going the way I don't want them to go. Actually, I think it probably was better lined up with the road. Where were these lampposts? I think it was these two. If I move the lamppost, does the target go with it? No. Oh, great. Oh, fucking hell. What a pain in the ass. I suppose I could stretch the lamppost. Because I really don't want to be moving. If I stretch the lamppost and then push it down, that should at least stop it from floating. Okay. Okay, whatever. Positions. Ugh. Ow, my leg. One of the problems is because I stream, right? I have this fucking big long pole that's Are we back? Okay. I think the microphone's back. I need to go to the toilet real quick. I will be right back. Oh, actually, I also need to charge that. Are you kidding me? It's quite long. Oh, my head is killing me. Alright, we fixed the camera. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying, right, big pole in between my legs is what my camera sits on. And it kind of forces me to, let me just close my window. It's getting a bit nippy out there. Okay. Yeah, I can't sit with my legs in a natural position. I have to kind of like bend my legs slightly so that they don't hit the pole. So it makes it even harder to stretch my legs when I'm sat here all day like this. Just in case you wondered. And then as I was talking about that, I tried to get my leg around the other side of the pole just so I could give it a little bit of a stretch. I obviously kicked the pole. Cable came out. Let's take out one of these. Alright. Probably not drinking enough. Alright, let's hit play, see where we're up to. Oh, I left my vape on charge over there. I want to cry. I'm like Miku. Just want my nicotine. Need my nicotine. See, Miku's loosely based on me. That's why she's such a bitch. Right. Rescue Hajime from the supermarket. Yeah, Apricot probably shouldn't really be there, to be honest. Also, why is only Matara there? Oh my god, I swear I'm going to kill somebody. See, again, right, it's because... I need to solve this problem, really. I don't know how I can solve this problem. So the problem is, right, that I have three ways in which I advance things along, right? Anything that changes things in the game can happen one of three ways, right? Now I can learn from this, right? Moving forward, I probably should change. I should make sure that there is... To have the best of both worlds, I should have the object-orientated triggers like I've been doing, because it's incredibly helpful to be able to just, you know, like... It's incredibly efficient and helpful to be able to just move characters, teleport them, trigger cutscenes, do this. Like, this is definitely the best way so far that I've ever used to make a game like this. It's probably going to be the biggest game I've ever made, all the way to completion, hopefully. But the downside of it is I can't easily replicate all of the state changes by loading progression, right? So when I continue my saved game, right, what I basically do is I go through the objective system. I'll explain why this is a problem. Let's take a moment and I'll explain how this works. Okay, so basically I have my objectives, and these are all game objects, right, which do various things like move objects, trigger things, whatever, right? This is like the, you know, go rescue Hajime. Obviously, this is like to direct the player where to go and what to do, right? And these objects will do things like teleport objects, NPCs, you know, change states, all these other things that I might need to do, right? So because I have like a ton of these objects and they all can do these things, so what I tried to do originally when I tried to make it so that I could load a save state is I said, okay, I need to get to this objective down here, so we need to delete all the objectives that are already complete, and then we'll just focus on this. And then I started realizing, okay, well, characters and things aren't like in the correct states necessarily, because we didn't run every single script on every single objective. So what I did to my save system is my save system iterates through every single objective and activates them and then deletes it, activates it, deletes it, activates it, deletes it, activates it, deletes it, activates it, deletes it. So that way we run all of these state changes and teleportations and various other things in the order they were meant to happen in. Otherwise you get stuff like this, right? So the reason the other NPCs aren't here is they just, you know, there was probably one state change, one script that teleported them here, and that doesn't happen anymore. Like we already got past that objective basically, right? So let's say that objective, let's say that objective was like, and I know I said I repeat all the objectives, but hang on, I'm not done. Okay, so that's one side of it. The other problem is there are two other systems where this can happen on, right? I have my dialogues. So sometimes I will attach to game objects a teleportation at the end of a teleport, blah, 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 whatever it is, right? And I'm running scripts on these. So if I start from this point on the dialogue system, then that script never gets a chance to run. So the teleportation never occurs. And another place I will do it is on interactables, which is when I like interact with an object. And sometimes when ending an interactable, I might change a state or something on a script, blah, blah, blah. And because we already got past that point and we haven't interacted with it, then this is basically why I'll end up in a state that can't really happen in the natural progression of things, right? Because I'm skipping huge parts of the game. So I'm skipping like setup things like teleporting players. Now there are a few ways around it, right? I guess. So there's a couple of ways around it. Like, it depends what it is that we're saving, right? Like, so when it comes to like NPC positions, an easy way to sort of fix that is just to basically say, okay, at the moment I have like a fixed number of NPCs, which is 0 to 10 plus Miku, right? So we have 12 NPC positions. And what I could do is I could just track those 12 positions on every save update, right? So when we save our save data, I could just go and record all those positions for all those NPCs. The problem is if there are other things like, it depends how complicated your game is as well, right? Let's say I need to know whether the player obtained an item or learned the skill or had a certain interaction with a certain character, whatever it happens to be. And like we're storing that on an NPC as like a state change or something like that, then you can see how this becomes a bit of a nightmare, because then maybe I have to start adding NPC states and then other things, who knows, animation, whatever it is, animation states, whatever it happens to be. But I think instead what I'll do in the future, is there should be like a core system. Well, I have a core system, right? But in my core system, I should have things like, okay, NPC or whatever it is, right? Let's call it a state manager, right? And I think instead what I should do in the future, I've already built these systems, so I can't do it to this game now, really. It would take too long. So let's say I have all these objects that want to change the state or whatever and teleport an NPC or whatever it is. Instead of doing the function directly on the game object in a little script, I should have a state, I should make it talk to like a global state manager. Because then what a state manager could do is a state manager could say, okay, here's a list of all the state changes that are currently in progress, right? I know where NPCs are, I know what states they're in, I know what animations should be used, I know whether objects were obtained. Like whatever it is that you need to keep track of should be handled inside of like a state management system. And then that state management system, then we can use the object orientation to then talk to the state management system. But the state management system can then save this for like progression changes like this. And then I think it would be like the best of both worlds. Oh yeah, my thing's over there, isn't it? But if I check right now, I think... Show why these are active. Yeah, also... Ah, yeah, that's another thing, right? Also, I thought there was something weird going on there as well. I've just found another bug. So my interactables, apparently... I think because I did what I said I did there, right? And I go through and I activate these little scripts. What's happening is they're enabling my interactables, but they're not getting disabled again. So these are actually like open right now. Let me check that actually. Jesus, I can't even remember how I did it now. Load mode equals false. Okay, so load mode obviously handles loading progression. And I think in load mode equals true, we say, yeah, we say next objective. So this is how we do it if we go to the next objective outside of loading progression. If we're inside of loading progression, what we essentially do is we loop. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is where it's happening here. We loop through all of the objective scripts. And I thought that would be enough to solve the problem. But the issue is that it's not just the objective system that needs to do things like teleport the player around and stuff. Or teleport NPCs around. Like there are other systems that need to do that. And so those things aren't getting set in the correct order. I think also the problem is, right, I made a mistake in this game where I originally decided I was going to use a set NPC script to set the positions of NPCs. And then that was how I was going to keep track of NPC positions and make sure that they were all like acted upon when loading progression. The problem is I kind of forgot about it. And I made another script which moves objects, which can teleport objects or NPCs or pretty much anything. So I ended up making like a second system that did the same thing, but it was like it was quicker and easier to use because the first system I made was kind of a pain in the ass to set up. And so in the interest of like efficiency, I've just been using the newer like teleportation script on a lot of these things. And that's kind of bit me in the ass as well because I think the original system that I set up was sort of better suited for like replicating these state changes persistently, like across like progression loads. But the new system just doesn't do any of that, right? The new system just kind of, it's quick and dirty and just does what you want when you want it. But that makes it harder to sort of restore states across various changes and things. So there are two bugs. There are two bugs I want to fix right now. I am so lost in this hierarchy. Where the hell are my interactables? I was literally just looking at them. Weren't they attached to the position setters? I'm pretty sure they were. Yeah, I totally have two systems that are doing the same thing as well. And I kind of started using one and then moved on to another one. Just making this thing even messier. Games, we won't even have that anymore. Jesus Christ, I genuinely don't know where they went. Where the fuck are they? Right, position sets. Friend position. Set NPC. Interactable. Set NPC. Yeah, so that was the script that I was originally going to use for moving NPCs around. And then I just kind of stopped using it. And I'll be honest, I kind of forgot about it. But also, it wasn't the most intuitive thing to use. And I think it was tied, yeah, it was tied to a specific objective. But you can see how it was meant to work. It would have solved this problem. So the reason these are activated, because I did see this as a potential problem very early on, which is why I made this script. So the way I set it up, I can't believe I forgot about it, to be honest. So the way I set it up is the position sets objects were meant to all contain the NPC set functions, right? Which said NPC so-and-so at so-and-so so-and-so, NPC so-and-so at so-and-so so-and-so, NPC so-and-so at so-and-so so-and-so. And then what I'm able to do with all those child objects, and there is code in here that does this. This is the reason these objects are enabled, by the way. What my objective system does when it's in load mode is it goes through all these position set functions and enables them all one after the other. That ensures that all the NPCs are in their most up-to-date positions. But then, like I say, I kind of forgot about it, and I've been using a different script now to do that, which doesn't have any way of repeating those positions. I'm just trying to think, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's not ideal that I have two systems at the same time. But it's like, it's too... It's kind of too knitted in now. if I was going to be the saint of programming, I would spend however many hours it takes unweaving all of that, making sure we have one system fits all. Making sure we have one system which does this correctly. I mean, I already kind of built the system, right? But like, imagine how long it would take me to find all these other uses of the set objective script. I mean, I wonder, you know. I may regret this. Let me back this up. I do try to make this my mantra, right? Whenever I say, oh my god, I can't be bothered. Shut up. Whenever I start saying, oh my god, I can't be bothered to do this properly, I try to force myself to do it properly. Let me back this up. Before I start ripping things out. This is going to be awful. Because I know the quickest, easiest way to solve this problem is just to put a big bandage over it and say, okay, that's why they call it a patch. It literally is. It's basically just patch a solution in place. And the way I would do that is I would just do what I said there, right? I would start, which is maybe the way I should have done it anyway. I would start, get out my face. I would start tracking all of the NPC positions on every save data update. And then I would just load those positions in place again. Which honestly is the way I probably should have done it. I need to think about this. System 1 was the system that I made to solve this problem though. And I just forgot about it and stopped using it. But also, why did I make System 2? What did I make? I can't remember. I either made System 2 because I forgot, that's how much I forgot about System 1. Or I made System 2 because System 1 didn't support moving anything outside of NPC assignments. And so I may well still need System 2 to move other things. But I can't think of anything it would have moved. So that's why I think, oh my god. I kind of want to understand where I went wrong here. I know where I went wrong, I just want to know what the consequences of that are. I don't know what the full consequences of that are right now. But I've got to be honest, I don't particularly like System 1. But System 1 works similarly to the objective system, which also repeats the activation of things. Oh, I can't address this. This is something I need to learn for the next project, I think. I'm just not sure what the most sophisticated solution is. Off the top of my head, like if I was to start this from scratch, which I'm not, but if I was to start a new game from scratch now and try to avoid running into this problem again, how would I address it in hindsight? And off the top of my head, I would probably say, I mean, positions is one thing, right? But I would like, all I can really address right now is the position problem. I should have just saved positions. I don't know why I was so quick to avoid it. I think the reason there's like upsides and downsides to every system, right? I think the other problem was I wasn't sure if I would add more NPCs later or not. And then the problem with the system where you track every NPC and every NPC's position is every time you add a new NPC. So again, it depends on what kind of game you're making as well, right? Every time you update an NPC and add a new NPC, like you essentially like break that system, and then you've got to, it can only work with the newest version of that system, right? The system is kind of like very rigid, and it has to fit the exact game that you're making. And I don't like systems like that. I like them like I always prefer the most dynamic systems I can come up with. If I can come up with dynamic systems that can handle anything, I just fucking love those systems. A system that doesn't care how many of X, Y, Z that we have, but it knows how to deal with them all anyway. And that's how I build most of my systems these days, because They're just so good. They're just so versatile. And I think they save you pain and suffering in the long run. I made a little document about my save pairs, I think. So we have a key val pair for game settings. We have a key val pair for player character. We have a key val pair for opponents, but that's the order of opponents. We have a key val pair for position, but that's player position. We have a key val pair for objective, which is the latest objective that we're on. A key val pair for city targets, which tracks the targets that have been collected. And a key val pair for missing snowmen, which is the snowmen that are being collected. I mean, the easiest way to solve this problem is just to make a new key val pair that tracks all NPC positions. I don't think I move anything else. I mean, fucking saving player progress in a game like this is fucking overkill anyway, but like... So I wasn't originally going to do it, but then I was really curious if Unity Gaming Services, Cloud Save and stuff worked in web builds. And when I found out that it does, I was like, okay, we got to do this. This would be so cool. But it wasn't, the project didn't start off that way, so then I kind of like tacked on a save system to an already to some already fleshed out systems that were never really meant to work with the save system originally. Like my Battle Dolls game, my gacha game, I've built that the opposite way around. Like everything is built around a freaking online data system. And the data system kind of comes first and everything directly feeds into that. Whereas this was kind of tacked on because I didn't even know if it would work at first. And I didn't even know whether I'd need one. And I don't really need one, but like, I don't know. It's cool. Now might also be the time to officially rename the project. I did just back it up. That must be the one I just made. Yeah, it is. I do like that name. I will make another backup of this. Wait, what did I just rename though? Didn't I just rename the backup? I think I did. So that would still have a Winter Games. But that means the changes that I made. Okay, let me call this something else. It's because I need to name that one Why? The reason why is I need to name this one to a snowball's chance. Seriously? Oh, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Where's it open? Where's it open? It's gonna be freaking Notepad, isn't it? Freaking Notepad of all things. Right, okay, whatever. Okay. So now this one becomes Winter Games. Let me just go kill the library. How do I rename this? Looking good. Alright, a snowball's chance. So I added 2 new key pairs to my core. Jesus, there's so many things to add. Right. Okay, so my cloud system needs to know about it. New game save. Oh my god, I just realized. Okay, so because we changed our save pairs, yeah, let's make this easier on myself. NPC positions I'm going to put at the very bottom. Otherwise I have to reorder everything. Which isn't the end of the world, but it's so much easier just to tack it on the end. Right. So this is where things get a little bit hairy. So save pair at position 7 is NPC positions. And our restart flag wants to be on the last entry, so it wants to be on save pair positions. Okay, so that gives us a new default save value, which I just set to null. If key pair, we need loading. If key pair equals NPC positions, then we want to read from save pairs in position 7. And we need a system that can now load those positions. I'm just going to put it in cloud, I think. So we want the key val pair value value, we can just take a string. Okay, so we'll split each position with a hash. What has access to characters? I feel like objectives does. Well, not objectives has opponents. I think it has characters as well. So essentially what we need to get is a transform of each character model. So we need to do for each transform NPC T in SYS objectives. We don't have characters. Oh my god. Character select does. Alright, let's just cheat. Because I just want to solve this. We just set a character route. So I need to convert the vector3 string, and I did this when I did the player character. How did I do that? From here, I just set the value in the key pair database. So I must be applying the teleport somewhere else. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure where that is off the top of my head. So I'm just gonna ask Jibbity how to do it, because I know Jibbity knows how to do it. Okay, let's ask Jibbity how to do it real quick. Because it's a pain in the ass. You have to like... You gotta do all kinds of shit to convert it. Okay. I'm pretty sure Jibbity knows it'll be Unity with me by now. Yeah, this bit always confuses me. So you gotta split it with the comma. You gotta do this weird thing and take the brackets out. Like, yeah, I would not remember that off the top of my head. What did it give me? The set NPC position. Where? What is happening? Oh, it's because it put using Unity Engine in there as well, which we don't want. There we go. Okay, so we've got a helper method now, which is nice. We've already got one of them somewhere else, I think, but like I said, I can't be bothered to find it. As long as it does what it's supposed to do. Alright, so that should go through. I also need to make sure it's not null. Fuck. The way it's done that, it's already opened it up as a constructor. Then again, I guess I could just put here if vec3 string is not, and the vec3 string is not null, then do the pair of them. There we go. Okay, so that should be loading and setting the key vowels. Now I need apply pair vowels. Isn't there a save, new game save, load data? That just gets all key val pairs. It's quite nice actually. Save UID. Save pair. Okay, okay, we have a specific function which takes a key pair that we just pass to it and it just saves the key pair. It doesn't care what it is. But then I must have a I can't remember where, I must have put it on my objective system where we like save and update player progress. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that was actually genius of me. Oh, that was actually really smart. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, so I put the functionality to save a key pair directly on the key pair scripts. So the objects are responsible for saving themselves, which I think is really great. I'm so glad I did it that way. It's so helpful. So all I need to do now on next objective is iterate through the character root, record all the respective positions of each NPC, and then like update the build a string and update the key pairs based on that string. Oh, is that all? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Use a transform. Okay, so we just set a public transform of character root. And then on next objective, we'll just say same thing again, right? Basically, for each transform child. Why didn't I type child last time? In character roots. I don't remember typing child last time. What am I feeling is wrong about this? I don't know. I just called it NPC T for NPC transform. That's all. I normally do child though because, like, well, that's what it is. It doesn't really matter what I call it. I just thought I did it. Am I missing something? But no, not really. I just didn't call it what I normally call it for some strange reason. Probably because I knew I was going to give it to ChatGPT. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why I called it that. Anyway, whatever. Right, so basically for each transform child in character root, we want to do like a string builder function here. So we want to do string npc position data equals nothing, and then we can say np position data equals npc position data plus hash plus child.transform.position to string. Hang on, shouldn't we put the hash at the end? Probably. And if I want to remove the last hash, can I say npc position data equals npc position data dot substring from 0 to npc position data length -1? Wouldn't it be -2 though? It might be -2. Let me just ask GPT again, just to make sure I get it right. Do I want length -1 or -2 to remove the last hash? To remove the last hash, you want to use length -1. Okay. I always get confused whether it's inclusive or exclusive. Alright. If it's length -1, I don't know. Who cares? Right. I don't know. It's just weird. I think it's inclusive to exclusive. Whatever. Right. So now we've got our NPC position data. We can say system cloud save pairs in position, wasn't it 7? Yeah. Wait, what? It's save pairs dot save pairs position 7. Are you fucking little bitch? Value equals npc position data. Then we want to set active to true. And it should disable itself. done. I think that's it. I think that's it. So now every time we save player data, we should also save NPC positions. So it doesn't matter how they get set throughout the playthrough. They should be up to date and they should reflect wherever they're supposed to be. So we can test that, I guess. I think I got everything. We're about to find out. Alright, let's start a new account. Alright, let's go. We got a null reference. Okay, what did I miss? Oh yeah. I forgot to set the character root. I think I forgot to set it on the other one as well. So where did I put it? I put it on... It should be on cloud. Yeah, character root, models. And it should also be on... What were the two scripts I just did? Objectives. There we go. Ta-da! Done. That actually was a lot. That was almost too painless. But I did build a good system, to be fair. Oh yeah, also there's something weird going on here where it won't let me select a new game. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, let me just, because I just want to make sure, well, nothing, let me just make sure we're starting from a blank slate. I feel more comfortable. Okay. Yeah, you're fine. Whatever. Right, no errors. So Melody's our best friend and she's over there. I don't even know where everybody else is at the start of the game. Are they still stood in the street where the title screen is? I think I did something with them where I hid them or I sent them off into oblivion or something. Because it would have been weird otherwise. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure we'll know soon enough if it's working or not. That looks like a barber's, you know. That's definitely a barber's. Isn't that? Haircut, sir? Okay. So everybody's now over here. Now I think it was working up to this point anywhere. Because I think I used that original script I was talking about to get everybody here. And then it's like kind of like later past this point that I forgot about it and started using the other one. Oh no, it's back to doing this again. It's stuck again. Yeah, it was doing this before. I don't know why this is so inconsistent. What the hell is that in her hair? pair of eyes, isn't it? I never noticed that before. I don't know. I mean, physics must be on. Otherwise, our character wouldn't be able to run around. I could try rebaking occlusion. Like, it's so weird though, right? I've had this bug before, and then it just kind of fixes itself out of nowhere. It's so strange. I might just try restarting Unity. But I'm worried because, like, the player literally wouldn't be able to progress past this point if this bug happens in the real world. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, the targets just don't want to come up for some weird reason. It's like they get stuck or something. It's so weird. But I haven't seen this bug for a while, so I assumed it was fine now. Yeah, here we are again. Okay, occlusion's rebaked. Let's just come out and go back into it again. Let me update this zombie. There we are. Oh, yeah, you know what we forgot to do? Yeah, it's still happening. Yeah, this is a potentially game-breaking bug, and I don't know what's causing it. It's so weird. People would just fucking stop and give up by now. Like, people would just give up. They'd think it was a fucked up, broken game. They can't have this. This cannot happen. I don't even know what the frick is causing it. Yeah, I just realized something as well. We also need to update the position of Miku. So I need to add Miku's position to the list of NPCs that we track. No, I think that would break things. I think I was gonna say, what if I just drop Miku into the end, like the list of NPCs, like all the others? But she's not like a normal NPC. So there's probably tons of other scripts that would break. Yeah, I don't understand why this breaks. Like, I literally can't progress the game now. It breaks the whole game. Like, I just don't need this shit. I really don't. This is the last thing I need. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm fucked. I mean, we can move it on by scoring nothing and just wasting our lives, but like, you scored 0, not bad. I think that should be enough to at least kill a few of them, which kind of doesn't make sense, but you could think maybe she's being sarcastic, I guess. But no, like, obviously it's not supposed to do that. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I need to... Oh, my beautiful game. Right, first things first. I need to update Cloud with Miku's position. There was only 2 scripts that this sits on, right? Yeah, I really don't understand why that breaks. It's so weird. Oh my god, why can't I find it? I literally just added it. Alright, here it is. Jesus Christ. Right. So actually, I don't need this bit anymore. Now we can just say NPC equal NPC position data equals NPC position data. We already ended in a hash. Plus Miku position dot transform dot position dot toString. Right, so now we have an extra position to track. And then in cloud, we still null on resetting save data. Which is here. Apply key val pairs is still key val, goes to that key val. Set NPC position data says for each transform NPC T in character root. We grab the position from the split index all the way up to index, which will leave us one short. So then at the end we can say Miku position transform position equals string to vector 3 split values so let me see, that'll go through from 0 to 10, right? So Miku should be at 11. Yeah, Miku should be at 11. I think that should be it. That should include Miku now in the data. I need to clear player prefs again. We still need to figure out what's breaking that. Oh, for fuck's sake, that shooting range thing. Oh, I like her, she's cute. We haven't had any null references or anything. No. Yeah, I'm definitely getting better at this. Like, I know it's been 6.5 hours, but I've done quite a lot in 6.5 hours. And most things have gone smoothly, right? But like this one, again, it feels like a Unity bug. I know I say that a lot, but it's because, you believe it or not, Unity does have bugs. Right, so Miku's here. So let's see if this works, right? I assume that player data got updated right now because we moved on to the next objective, right? Complete snowball throwing challenge. So if I restart the game now and continue saved progress from the cloud, Miku should be there. Ah, she's fucking not. But that might not be the position tracker that's not working. It might just be that we didn't trigger a save since she was moved. Well, when we last did trigger a save, she was... So is she at the town hall, I'm guessing? Wait, that's weird. No, she's like stood where she's never been stood before. Is that 000 or something? That's kind of weird. I wonder if she's got the wrong position data. Although, unless she faces a different way to everybody else. That could be where one of the other NPCs is supposed to stand. But if that's the case, why aren't any of the other NPCs here? Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of weird. I feel like there's something not working with this. So I have no idea what she's doing stood here, for one thing. Where are you, Miku, you bitch? Yeah, she's definitely not at 000. I feel like she's at somebody else's positional data. We could have a look at the key pair values. Let's have a look at the key pair values. Okay, let's see what we've got. So that would be position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I was actually, wait, did I miscount? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So she must be position 12 then? Eh? Am I included in that list of models? I think I might be, you know. I think the issue may well be right, only Matara and Melody are enabled right now. That could also be a problem as well, right? Yeah, because I basically have them switched off until we use and need them or whatever, right? So am I Matara? I have no idea what this character's called. Oh. Where's Matara? Show me Matara. Okay, that's Matara. Matara's my BFF. Okay, I see. So Matara's my BFF, and the other one must be the ice cream. Yeah, yeah. Melody is the ice cream van girl right now, who has a black eye. Okay, so it doesn't include me, but how did I miscount? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So why is BFF? Oh, because, yeah, no, where? No, I'm still confused, right? I'm still confused. Oh my god. Because we know that BFF is position 10, but it's because, did I count from 0 there? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shit, I did count from 0. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. How the hell is best friend position 10? This must, right, I must be included in there. That's the only explanation. My character model must be included in that list of models. I suppose it has to be, right? Because I am a valid character. Would that break anything? Probably not, because I know that the player character is a clone of the original model, whereas all the NPCs are actually just teleported to wherever they need to be. I don't know why I did it that way, I just did. But that works in my favor because it means, okay, we may be tracking the position. we may be tracking the position of an NPC, but that NPC is never used because the NPC is another copy of my character. So they'll probably just stay, 000 or wherever the fuck they started, right? They'll probably just stay there and they'll stay switched off, hopefully. So it doesn't even really matter. Yeah. Okay. But it does mean that Miku should be position 12. Yeah, that is confusing. Like I said, it's because essentially we're tracking a second copy of the player character who's like basically in the character database, but we don't use. That's not where the player character lives. Like the player character is actually cloned at the start of the game from that database. So technically there are two copies of the player character throughout the entire game. It's just that one is permanently switched off. And yeah, that's kind of weird that I do it that way, considering I just teleport all the other NPCs around. But it's worked in my favor actually, because now I don't need to worry about the player being teleported unexpectedly because they're tracked in here, because that's actually not the player. So that's that. I'll call that a happy accident. That is a happy accident actually. That worked in my favor. I mean, no, I did that. I knew that would happen. That's why I did it intentionally, because I'm so smart. You see, I'm so ahead of everything. Yeah, that's why my fucking shooting range ain't working, and I don't know why. So if we play it now, Miku should be in a different. Miku will probably be where we expect her to be, right? She should be at the shooting range, and then we know it's working for sure. You bitch, Miku! Why are you such a bitch? So where the fuck is she now? Smoking cigarettes at the town hall. Okay, she's in a usual spot. But I guess maybe she just was there the last time we saved. I don't know. Yeah, because it's back to waiting for me to complete the snowball throwing challenge. I don't know. That's broken and doesn't fucking work. Right, but I'm pretty sure it should have saved now as we get a new objective to go to the graveyard. And if we load it now, she should definitely be there, right? I'm getting such a headache. Oh, fucking not. Whatever. Just do whatever you want, game. You're just going to do whatever you want anyway. I don't know why it's not fucking working. I mean, it's kind of awkward, right? Because, okay, technically when I move on to that objective, it is before Miku gets teleported there. So this thing still ain't, like, bulletproof because, like, I can teleport characters. It doesn't, like, it in this case, it doesn't really matter that she's not there, but, like, this is worrying because I feel like at some point I'm going to be. Somebody could try to continue a save and the character's just not where they're supposed to be. Wait, why the... Oh no, what is happening? Why are the zombies not here? So it says zombies remaining 66. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this right now. Why is my game falling apart? I didn't get any null references. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? So not only is the shooting gallery broken, I'll be restoring the project from backup at this rate. This is fucking awful. What is happening? Why is it destroying everything? I swear to fucking God, I've worked so fucking hard on this game. Right, graveyard. Zombies. Why isn't this turned on? What? Okay, I don't even know why he died. I don't know what is happening. Zombies never got turned on and I don't know why. That sounds so weird. I want to turn those zombies on. I'll do a little dance. Put some tassels on my nipples. That might get them going. I'll fix it. I always do. But like, oh my God, you know? It's just shit, right? Because like, the one thing I've tried to fix by gutting this project out and adding a brand new fucking save key pair and all this shit, it doesn't even look like it's working. And in the process, somehow, I've managed to break two really fucking important things. One being my fucking shooting gallery, and the other one being these fucking zombies being turned on when they need to be. So that is really fucking shit, to be completely honest. Because it didn't, it's not like it even fucking seemed to fucking fix the thing I set out to fix in the first place. I need a break. I need to get some food and stuff. I need a break. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've got it backed up, so if I need to restore from backup, I can restore from backup. Now, there you go. This is what I was talking about, right? How... Oh, yeah, now this is back to being like this. This is what I was talking about before, right? Where something goes wrong with the double-sided shader. Yeah, so like whatever managed to fucking fix itself, all the things that managed to fix themselves, including the double-sided shader problem, the shooting gallery, like I don't understand. Like there are old bugs back in this game, like the double-sided shader problem where you can see through the fucking walls. The shooting gallery stopped working again. And now we've got this weird problem where the fucking zombies didn't even get activated when they were supposed to be activated. This fucking interactable isn't supposed to be active. Fucking Melody's not supposed to be there. Neither is that interactable supposed to be interactive. Oh my god, it just feels like oh my fucking god, it just feels like I'm banging my head against a fucking brick wall. It really does. I'll get there in the end, but like, Jesus Christ. I'm going backwards. The thing that annoys me the most, right, is when I can't point at something and say, okay, here's the reason that this thing is happening, right? Like, what is the reason that these walls are like see-through? I don't know, because they're not supposed to be, and they sorted themselves out in the last copy of the project before I changed the name and everything. So, like, what is causing that? Well, I don't know, because it's not supposed to be happening. What is causing the shooting gallery targets to just not move? I don't know, because they're supposed to move. And there's no logical reason why they don't move fucking intermittently. It makes no sense. It just dies for no reason. And what is the reason those zombies didn't get turned on when they needed to? I don't know. Because they were supposed to turn on. And they were set up to do that. And that to me is the most frustrating thing, because like when I can point to something and say, okay, yeah, the reason this is happening is because I forgot to do something, or the reason this isn't happening is because, you know, blah, 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 whatever it happens to be, then that's fair enough. At least I can learn from that, right? I can do something with that. I can avoid it happening in the future. But when it's just like completely fucking, I don't know, it's completely just some weird fucking anomaly that Unity suddenly starts doing for whatever reason. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to work with that? Do you know what I mean? And that to me is the most frustrating thing. I can handle any amount of me getting things wrong because I can always learn how to get it right. But when things are supposed to work and they just don't, and then they just, you know, magically stop working for no fucking valid, no discernible reason. Like, what are you meant to do with that? You may as well, it may as well just be a fucking, like, you may as well just be playing a gacha game at that point. It may as well just be a dice roll as to whether it's going to work or not. Okay, today it'll work, tomorrow it won't. Right, was this always floating? This car thing's floating. Game looks great and the performance is fantastic, but like, I really feel like I just don't feel confident that this fucking thing is always going to consistently work the way it should, through no fault of my own. And that's what drives me nuts, because it's like, well, what the hell am I meant to do with that, really? Anyway, now is definitely a time to take a break. Maybe I'll end up restoring the project from the previous copy if I can't figure this out after I've eaten. But yeah, I'll probably end it there for the day. So you can see how it's shaping up. was going great. It really was going great. And then I decided to rename the project, add extra fields to save against the cloud for NPC positions, and that doesn't even seem to really be fucking working properly. The thing is, I think it works properly. I think the issue with the cloud save thing is that this game work like because it's like heavily object oriented. The order that the objects execute in is somewhat unpredictable, which is another downside of doing it this way. So, like, I think what happens is we save the position of NPCs literally one frame before we then teleport them. But because we won't get to execute the same script again next time around, probably. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, how do I explain it? It's like that save position thing is probably working, but it's one step behind because it saves, it like updates the save data before it updates the position, probably. So then it updates the position, but the updated position isn't saved to the cloud, so we get the old position. I don't know. I assume that's what's happening. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a very robust solution, does it? It's also one of those things where, like, I just want to do it for my own benefit. It's like, do I really think it's that big of a deal? Probably not. Because, in all fairness, and I know this is a bit of a downer, but I don't exactly, I don't like to. This is no excuse, really. But yeah, look, the truth is, probably barely anyone's ever going to play this game because, like, nobody gives a fuck. And even anybody who does, right, they'll probably just play it in one foul swoop. So they probably won't ever even know that the game saves progress in the cloud, and they'll probably just play it in one sitting. So they probably never witness the load save system. And so as much as I'm breaking my fucking neck to get it to work flawlessly, it's probably, do you know what I mean? Probably nobody will ever even fucking know. But like I always think that's like a cop out. It's like, well, yeah, but I wanna get this right because, when I come to make my next game, if it's 10 times the size of this, then suddenly, and maybe it gets 10 times the players. Do you know what I mean? It's like an exponential thing. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe no one's playing the game right now. Yeah, maybe the game's short enough to complete in one sitting right now. But like, I don't know, maybe like fucking 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I'm making games big enough where I need to know all this stuff. And now's my chance to sort of figure it all out and get it working correctly and learn. You learn from mistakes at the end of the day. And if you don't take the plunge, then you just don't learn. But yeah, it's easy to kind of just fob it off and say, well, nobody's going to fucking play the game anyway, so who gives a shit? And I'm probably right. Probably nobody will. Probably like fucking 10 people will play the fucking game. And 8 of those probably won't even complete it. They'll probably just fucking play 2 minutes of it and decide it's not something they want to finish. And maybe out of the 2 who do fucking complete it, they just completed it in one sitting. So then you've had a grand total of 0 people who ever really experienced the load save system anywhere. Do you see what I mean? It's like, but I don't know. I just feel like if you have that attitude, it's like saying, why bother grounding electrical. I know that this is very different, but it could be a little bit like saying, you know, why ground electrical fucking appliances, given that, you know, less than 1% of the fucking users are ever likely to electrocute themselves. But yeah, that one fucking person who, you know, does though is going to be really fucking glad that you grounded it properly. Do you see what I mean? It's like, I mean, obviously that's a health and safety, whereas this is just a video game, but you get what I'm saying. I just like to build things and make them work properly. Because to me, these games are like little mini tech demos to myself. It's like I want to prove that I can technically pull off, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And every time I make one of these, I'm adding more letters to the equation. It's like, okay, we did A, B, and C. Now it's time to do A, B, C, D, E, and F. Now it's time to do G, H, I, J, K. You know, and like eventually one day, hopefully I'll have a game that has fucking everything in it and it all just works. So yeah, maybe a load save system that syncs with the cloud is totally overkill for this little fucking game. It probably is, but like that's beside the point. Like I just because you could also look at it the opposite way, right, and say, well, if I can't fucking make it work for a tiny little tech demo like this, then what fucking chance have I got in making a big sprawling game with it in? Do you know what I mean? So if there's an opportunity for me to get this to work and get it to work well, then I wanna make the most of that opportunity. But my God, sometimes you really are fighting against like, ugh. Again, it's the things I can't control, right? Like the fucking double-sided shader. What the hell is causing that? It's so random. And the target practice just not working. And then I'll log in like, I don't know. I could probably keep working on this exact copy of this project. And then one day, like 2 weeks from now, because that's what happened to the last project. And then one day I just log on randomly and it's working again now. And it's like, well, what the fuck happened, right? Like, how am I supposed to, how am I supposed to know whether it's gonna work or not? I don't know. I really don't. Because I was aware of this bug, right? And I was like, okay, we're gonna go and fix that, but I really don't want to deal with that right now. Let's work on some other stuff and then we'll come back to it. And then in the process of me doing that, when I thought, okay, we never fixed the snowball thing, I'm like, yeah, but it just works now and it always works. So like it just fixed itself. But it's like, what do you like? What do you mean? Like, how does it break itself and also fix itself? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? But that's exactly what it did. And like, I don't know. I could keep. I mean, I don't even really want to work on this for another 2 weeks. I want to get this done in the next few days. I want to get it done. But yeah, technically, I probably could keep working on this in the next couple of weeks, and I bet it would probably just fucking fix itself again, the same as the double sided shading thing. But like, what the fuck even is that? You know what I mean? I really don't know. I don't know. Oh, I prefer it when 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? And you know it's always going to equal 2. But when you suddenly start adding 1 plus 1 and you start getting fucking 3,856,942, you know, yeah, then like, you know, what are you going to do about that? What can you really do about that? It's uh, it's fucked. But you always come across these fucking things that are just like, oh my god. I don't think I've worked on a single project that's ever worked 100% from start to finish the way it should. There's always been something that's like, I don't know, wow, this shouldn't be happening. There's always at least one thing that does that. It's weird. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Bye.